Fan Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Sports Center is brought to you by the Oregon International Auto Show. Driven by Oregon International Auto Show, this Sunday is Country Financial Family Day. Kids under 16 get in free. Get your tickets now at OregonAutoShow.com. First on The Fan, the Carolina Panthers and quarterback Andy Dalton have agreed to a new 2-year contract. The deal is worth $8 million with $6 million guaranteed. Over in the MLB, Vladimir Guerrero Jr. and the Blue Jays failed to come to terms on a contract extension by his Monday night deadline. That's paving the way for him to become a free agent in November. Guerrero plans to cut off contract talks for the rest of the year and become a free agent at 25 years old. Former Mariner Justin Turner and the Chicago Cubs have agreed to a 1-year, $6 million contract. Turner split time between the Blue Jays and Mariners last season, hitting .259 and also hitting 11 home runs. Big Tuesday night in college hoops. At 4, number 7 Texas A&M travels to Starkville to take on the 21st-ranked Mississippi State Bulldogs. Right now, the Bulldogs are favored by 2.5. At 6, the 23rd-ranked Jayhawks, they're taking on the BYU Cougars. BYU is favored by 2.5 at home. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Will Ortner at the Fan Sports Desk. Listen live or on demand on the Odyssey app, the Fan's desktop player, or tell your smart speaker to play 1080. The Fan.
Tired of getting dinged by subscriptions?
What's up?
I'm dealing with
Headphone
cord
issues
entanglement.
and cord entanglements.
Yeah, my cords were in my bag, and apparently they decided to fornicate over the last 72 hours. I don't know, my mouse and my headphones decided to make sweet, sweet cord love, and now I have to untangle them.
Look, I never have original ideas, so I'm certain that this is on YouTube. But has anybody ever like slow mode or time lapse?
Put a camera in there.
Yeah, because you know how the cord it's.
Yeah.
So you have a bunch of cords in one place. Not even a bunch. It can just be a couple, 2 or 3.
Yeah.
And like nothing will happen, say with the backpack or wherever they're.
It's been sitting over there.
You'll just pull them out and they will it's like you said, it's like they've been doing it and all of us like how did that happen? I want a time lapse of how that happened.
Yeah.
I'm sure it's on YouTube, but
I guarantee that I'm an idiot and I don't know what I'm talking about, but I believe
that's confirmed.
That's confirmed.
We know that.
I believe that the working theory that I have, that I feel like I've heard from someone and they sounded smart, was like there's like electrical energy still trapped in the wires.
Oh, that makes sense.
From the juice running through, and so that when you put it in there, it
so they move a little.
They move a little.
Yeah.
Like they
kind of
they whine.
They're like snakes.
Yeah. Again, have you ever seen snakes mating? They get together and they get a big...
I watch that all the time.
Yeah, it's a big snake orgy. They just all get together and they like curl up in a big orgy ball, and I think that's what happens with cords. Now, cord guy is going to text in right now.
Cord guy's not having this.
He's going to call me a moron, and I don't know what I'm talking about.
Bad
so just
information.
Spare me the I'm a moron. So if I'm wrong,
cord guy,
just tell me I'm wrong, but you don't have to like, you moron. I can't confirm. This isn't like the tape measure thing.
You cannot call Suka moron. He doesn't like it.
I
just be nice about your criticism.
Well, it's one thing, like the tape measure thing, I deserved it because I was adamant that was a tape measure. That you can call me a moron. But when you're like, hey, I don't know, I think this is a real thing,
which is what we do all the time.
Yes, we hedge the bet. Like I'm not willing to die on the hill of the cord sex. I think it's a thing.
Hey, it sounds right.
Yeah.
I'm going to go with it.
Yeah, let's take it.
I don't care.
When in doubt,
I don't care.
Yeah, throw it out there.
Ladies and gentlemen, Will Ortner.
Yes.
Out of the blue.
Ryan Buckley doing Ryan Buckley things.
It's not what I do. I can't hear you. Is your mic hot?
Yeah, I was just being quieter. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you're quiet. You're just a
I won't be
soft-spoken
quiet.
guy.
That was
I'll start yelling.
Mumbleton there.
Yeah, you have to yell. You have to be like the New York guys.
Yeah.
I'll get right on that.
You're mad. High
Can I be
tea.
more of a Boston guy? I'd like to be a Boston
Dropping
guy.
your ahs.
Yeah, I want to be like a jerk, but also be like, it's not my fault. It's my culture to be a jerk.
Yeah, but then you get Boston. Got to be careful because then you're getting into some racial stuff. Do you ever been
No,
to Boston?
I don't want that. I just want to be a jerk.
Like I'm gonna
Well,
make.
they're not gonna like you because
gonna
you have
make
to have
a-
racial undertones with
Yeah.
you.
Nah, I'm not going to
You
do
do.
that.
I'm gonna make a bold statement here because I've been around this fine country of ours. Many, it's. I think I've ticked all the big cities. Is there a major city you haven't been to?
I don't have to think about it.
Yeah, I mean you got like what all the LA stuff or California stuff. LA, San Francisco, San Diego. Been to Dallas, Houston, Philly, Miami, DC, Boston, New York, Chicago. So
I haven't been to Hartford.
You've never been to Hartford?
No.
We've been to Hartford. We went and that's right. You weren't there for the ESPN tour. You were off doing something.
I don't think I've spent much time in Detroit.
Oh, yeah, see,
Miami?
I find
Been to Miami.
I've
You've
been to
been to
Miami.
Miami?
I find Detroit, by the way, and it's a controversial statement. Detroit is back. You go to Detroit, you will have a good time, and it is one of the safest and nicest downtown areas that we've got going in this fine land of ours.
I don't think I've been to Cleveland.
You know what? That's one I haven't been to Cleveland either. But does
Cincinnati?
Cleveland count as a major?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a major city.
All right.
Bigger than Portland.
Well, I wouldn't count Portland major either. That's
true. We're mid-market.
We're mid.
Kansas City?
Been to Kansas City. So I'm going to say this. Of the major places that I've been, the most abrasive and uncomfortable people, Boston. There is an edge, and it is a racial edge.
Well, I've told you this before, but
it's weird.
I got to one-up you here.
Okay.
I've told you this before, but I have a buddy who has lived in both cities,
Mhm.
and he has most recently lived in Philly.
Yeah.
But he spent many years in Boston.
So Boston, Philly, New York, or just Boston? And
He
Philly?
is from New York.
Okay.
He is from upstate New York.
So is he jaded though because he's from New York?
I don't know.
Right.
He just said that Philly
Mhm.
has more of an edge than Boston.
Really?
Yeah, he's like, dude, if you want another level, he was like, I knew their reputation, and
Yeah.
he'd been to Philly. He's from the East Coast, but he was like living here. He's like, and he works in beer,
Mhm.
so he goes to a lot of sports.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so he sees Philly fan, and has seen Boston fan, and he's like, dude, Philly's another
Philly?
level. He said they're another level.
The way
They're meaner.
see, and this is where I went with Boston. Is like I said, Boston had gotta be careful with this, because I love Ireland, and I love the Irish, and I love Scotland. I love the UK. Big fan. It's great over there. American Irish pride, as Boston has a lot of, and Chicago has some of this, but not to the level of Boston does. It tends to skew from Irish pride to white pride. It just it tiptoes a fine line
listen,
there.
If you're talking about the most racist cities,
Yes.
Boston is going to rate higher than Philly.
And that's-
it has a reputation.
And that is to me where when I've been to Boston, and it's like I've spent a ton of time there, but Boston had an edge that I found a little uncomfortable. And I felt it more in Boston than I did in Chicago, more than I did in Philly, and more than I did in New York.
Yeah, Chicago's not even close to that.
No.
Chicago is just a giant Midwest
Yes.
city.
Chicago is the most
very nice.
livable of the major
Well,
cities.
and the people are not. It's just it's more of a. How do you describe Chicago? Chicago's amazing because it's a huge metropolitan area with cool stuff.
Yes.
But the people are.
It has some Midwest sensibilities.
Yeah.
to
It's
it.
just their people are a little bit more grounded down to
Yes.
earth. It's just
Yeah.
cool. It's cool.
Yeah.
Whereas New York, Philly, you get out east and it's like, they're all in your face.
Well, and I love dive bars. I love that kind of, I guess, the kind of a seedy nature, if you will. I tend to gravitate towards that. And my time in Boston got a mild uncomfortable because
yeah. Well, again, the racism part,
Yeah.
I can't argue with you on that.
Yeah.
I've just been told that, dude, these Philadelphians,
I can see that.
I don't know that you want to mess with them.
Well, and I'm different because it'd be interesting. I would love to hear an African American's take on this. Because the racist edge that I feel when I go to these places is people sharing their wonderful beliefs with me because they look at me and
Yeah.
they're like,
You're a white supremacist.
this guy is on our side.
Jan 6, baby.
Yeah, so I get I get welcomed in, and that is uncomfortable when someone unsolicited shares with me their wonderful view about the world, and you're like, I don't need to be in this bar right now, or I'm going to be over here. And that happened in Boston more times than I can feel comfortable with.
I have a question.
Yeah.
You and I look
What?
very similar.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm just younger.
And more
when does
handsome.
that start? Because that hasn't started for me.
Well, he's got
I'm
the
also
beard.
I'm also not in seedier places necessarily.
Well, beard and tats.
Beard
I
and
have a
tats.
beard, if you cannot tell.
Yeah.
I actually can't see you.
You
very
have
well.
a that's
Oh,
a
you do.
you have a very
But you have a like a me beard.
you have a trimmed.
Did you
Yeah.
just notice that I've had a beard?
Well, I can't see you.
I've had a beard the whole time you've known me.
Yeah, I just.
You
I
should
just,
take more. Like you need to notice your coworkers.
I
more.
just noticed.
You have a very well kept trim beard, tattoos, and you don't. And maybe it's a you thing. You have a youthful. How do I?
glow.
No, you're like a big, and you're like a big puppy dog. You have like a real Scooby Doo.
They call that golden retriever
Yeah,
energy.
you have like golden retriever energy. You got to get a little wrinkled, a little grizzled, and some scars and tattoos. And then again, you hang out in seedy bars. And I walk into those places and it looks like I have a permanent bar stool there. And, give yourself 20 years and maybe that happens. 'Cause it didn't happen when I was younger. That is definitely a last 15 year. At least it's gotten worse in the last 15
Well, you
years.
look more white supremacy, white supremacy
Yes.
now than you used to,
100%.
and that's probably for a reason because Jan 6.
Yeah.
It's more acceptable now. For
It
you,
really is.
you guys.
And that's the other thing is more people are willing to share these beliefs, and Boston certainly would fit that category.
Well, anyway, Will Ortner is in, bearded Will Ortner, because Ryan Buckley is not.
No, Buckley's dealing with much like you. He's got family stuff.
Yeah. Well, I think he said that just so that we wouldn't make fun of him.
You think he's
Because-
just down there on another dad-paid vacation?
Well, I don't know, but I think that he said he has an ailing family member, and if that's true,
Yeah, but he kept it
Send
very
our best wishes.
vague.
yeah. But I think he just said that to keep us off his case
I can
because
see
last
that.
time we gave him a lot of crap for taking his birthday off.
Yeah. Well, I think it's when John Buckley says, "Hey, we're going to go do something unpaid for it," I think Buckley jumps at it, and why wouldn't you? But yeah, I think he feels uncomfortable about his privilege.
He's missing TGL Tuesday,
I know.
which I don't like.
Yeah, that's not. Who are you going to banter with now about
I
it?
know. Well, we'll text back and forth. Make no mistake.
I would hope so.
But-
You guys got your picks in?
Yeah, we were looking at the lines. They've kind of juiced him up now, so I think we missed our value window
You missed the window.
the first couple weeks. But we had TGL last night too, as you well know.
I must have missed that one.
Oh, you missed it.
missed
Oh,
that one.
Yeah, there was one.
Someone
last
get
night.
a hole in one, or was that just a practice round thing?
I don't know. Wait, on TGL?
Yeah.
I don't know. I didn't see it. I didn't see it.
This was all a bit. You're not actually into it.
No, I have not watched
You're a
much
fraud.
TGL. But no, I'm not a fraud in the sense that Buck and I do bet on it.
Yeah.
Oh, you
But
just
we
don't
we just
watch.
don't really watch it.
Yeah.
But or if it's on in here,
It's
we'll-
on it. Normally,
I put
that's
it
the
on.
thing. Is
Yeah.
it's on.
But
And we're in
it
that
can't
weird
pay-
time of the year now where
Yeah, there's
there-
nothing going on.
there's no NBA, there's no
Yeah.
NHL, there's no Four Nations.
Yeah,
I mean,
there's
is
no
the,
Four Nations. There's nothing.
There is a very big basketball game today,
There
and
is?
the fact that neither one of you have mentioned it
Oh,
worries me.
yeah. Sook might not know this, but do you know what tonight is? It's Kansas BYU.
Yes.
On the hardwood.
Yeah, BYU beat Kansas last year
Yeah.
for the first time since like 1960.
Yeah.
They're favored in this game.
Yeah.
BYU's favored?
Yeah.
2.5.
Are you serious? Well, it's in Provo.
It's in Provo. Kansas is. I've told you.
I know you said
Dude,
this at the
they are
beginning,
garbage.
but
this
they
year.
are. But you tell me
I know.
BYU is favored?
Listen, I got to
I'm
tell
just
you.
gonna say right now, load up on Kansas.
I got to tell you. Well,
Ah!
do not load up on Kansas. I'm warning you now.
Never.
Not this year.
Never.
That said, I would, because Buck and I were talking about this too via text earlier today. I would say that Kansas catching 3 at BYU, and I've watched your Cougars this year. They're soft.
I can't believe we're favored.
They're soft, but they can shoot. Like you guys got a bunch of white guys that shoot threes.
Both 8 and 6 in conference.
Yeah,
What?
and so I see why Kansas is an underdog. Look, their offense is absolutely dreadful. So be prepared. If you bet on them, you are going to be so frustrated. But hold on, let me finish. What I'm saying is that I think you're actually right.
Mhm.
About Kansas +3. Just tread lightly.
Okay.
Okay. There's no loading up. That's going to get you burnt. But I do think that I've watched both these teams this year.
Yeah.
They shouldn't be 3-point favorites. I don't think.
Well.
That said, BYU 90, Kansas 12.
Yeah. Just be prepared as we throw the whites at you. It's just be ready for the Patino. Although I'm sad we don't have the Egyptian guy anymore. But I think our 4 leading scorers are all white, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh yeah, they have one black guy.
Yeah, they got one black guy. We usually do. Our center, whose name escapes me. I think he's like from Nigeria.
Is
Yeah,
this the year you have the top high school recruit, or is that next year?
Next year. Although we got
Next year.
Well, this year they have one guy.
the Igor.
Whatever his name is.
Demon, and he's supposed to be like a top 5 pick. And let me tell you, as someone that doesn't watch a ton of BYU basketball, but I do try to watch, I heard going into the year that guy was like a top 5 pick, guaranteed, possibly a top 3 pick. Dude, I have seen that guy play like a half a dozen times, and let me tell you, you want to talk about mid? You want to talk about where's that hype? I give you that.
Well,
every time I watch
again,
that guy, I'm like, really?
Yeah, but this is true of all of those guys not named Cooper Flag.
Yeah.
I mean, none of them are that freshmen are that great. Have you watched freaking the old fellow over there at Rutgers? He's
Ace
I saw
Bailey?
Oregon.
Ace Bailey.
Oregon just beat Rutgers.
Ace Bailey is garbage. And he's not garbage.
Yeah.
He's just young and raw. And the other guy, they have another freshman.
It's Harper.
Rutgers. Harper.
Ron Harper's kid and then Ace Bailey are the 2 kids that are
He's-
supposed to go 2 and 3 behind Cooper Flag.
Harper is actually pretty good.
Yeah.
But oftentimes, and again, I've told you this a million times, but take it from me as a Kansas fan, with all the hype of the 5-star recruit coming in, the freshman, they almost never live up.
Yeah.
Like it's just they're too young. And that's true of your BYU
Yeah,
boy.
the
Now
Igor
Cooper
kid.
Flag's a little bit different.
Yeah, he's actually,
He's unbelievable.
by all accounts, like he is the real deal. So they got the Igor kid from Russia. He'll be gone. And then the number 1 kid in the country that they say is like, because the Russian guy that BYU has, no one's saying that guy's like a generational player. The kid they got coming next year, they are saying that's Cooper Flag like hype. Like if he was in this year's draft, they're saying he could have challenged Cooper Flag for the number 1 overall pick. So we'll watch him go and be underwhelming, but
He will be. Trust me.
He's supposed to be the real deal.
All right. Well, we are here to talk sports with you guys.
Sports, whatever
today.
sports we got.
We weren't here yesterday. We had President's Day.
Yeah.
So we weren't here. We were
No.
celebrating our
I
U.S. president.
was celebrating 2 presidents.
I was celebrating the black guy.
Oh no, 45 and 47. So 2 presidents,
Yeah.
Got my red hat out, thought about storming a building or 2. I didn't. Kept it clean. Yeah, flags. Love my flag. Love my flags.
By the way, I have a
Renamed some random things for no particular reason,
I have a funny American flag truck guy story from Salina
Oh boy.
for you because
Oh,
I was in Kansas.
Yeah, I'll bet you there's some big flag
listen,
energy in Kansas.
I'll tell you later, but it's pretty much all trucks
Yeah.
and fats.
Well,
It's trucks and fats.
Yeah. Well, welcome to the Midwest.
But
Gotta stay warm in those Midwest winters. It's like 0 degrees right now in Kansas.
it's 0 degrees.
Yeah.
Actually, it's 5. I just checked it.
Oh.
It's 5 degrees.
Yeah. For whatever reason, across my timeline today, I got a Lawrence, Kansas weather update.
Yeah.
And they said like the city of Lawrence has been brought to its knees by the cold.
Yeah, well, and snow. It's
Yeah.
all hell is breaking loose all
Yes.
across the Midwest. I don't know if you've seen the temperatures up in the upper Midwest.
I have not.
Bro,
It's cold.
it's like minus 30.
Yeah, it's no good. Yeah, you can't go outside in that.
You cannot.
No. That's you stay hunkered. We make fun of the cold from time to time, but that's
Dude,
that's-
it's not even this. It's not even the same.
That's like Arctic cold.
When I walked out of my house to go to the airport on Wednesday of last week,
Yeah.
here in Portland, it was 28 degrees.
Yeah.
Pretty cold.
Yeah, that's cold.
It was in the morning flight.
Yeah.
I got off the plane in Salina, Kansas, late that afternoon. It was 10 degrees,
Yeah.
and the wind was whipping. That is only an 18-degree difference, but let me tell you,
Yeah, you felt it.
that felt like 2 totally different
Yeah.
hemispheres.
Yes, 100%. Whenever when I would have some time in Alaska during the winter, because most of the time I spent there was during the summer, but I'd go up for some of the holidays, and you got into like November, December. On the days where it got to double digits, dude, it was time to get out and do something outdoors. Like, boys, 12 degrees outside.
Yeah.
Time to get out and play. Like,
Felt balmy.
yeah, it felt great. You know what? It was crisp. But when you get down into those singles and then you get into the negatives,
Dude.
yeah, that one's tough.
Well, we'll have hot, cold weather talk later.
Start to lose fingertips. Can't have that.
But I have so there was a protest
Oh,
in Salina, Kansas, out at the Central Mall.
wow.
And so something happened with truck guy
Oh, I can't wait.
and American flag guy.
I'm excited for
Yeah.
this.
Yeah, I'll tell you.
All
I
right.
mean, it was all secondhand.
Yeah.
I wasn't there,
Yeah.
but I hear it was great.
I'm excited.
That'll be later. Let's check in on All-Star Weekend ratings next on The Fan.
A champion.
short week for us, which is rough because we have so much sports we want to talk with you.
Yeah, well, yesterday we didn't have a show. Tomorrow, I think we're off at 5.
What?
Yeah, Duck basketball, man. Catch the fever. They're on a roll again. I saw that they were like 97% they're in the tournament, according
Really?
to, yeah, I think, was it Joe Lenardi? He basically had him as a lock. So if you're in the Big Ten,
I thought they were on the bubble.
that's what I thought too. For a while there, it seemed like it, but they've won a couple. You know, they beat Rutgers and they beat Northwestern. And so now, apparently, according to that, I was listening to our Fearless Morning show,
Yeah.
and I believe they said there was a 97% chance, according to bracketology?
Bracketology. According to Joe Lenardi, they would be an 8 or a 9,
Yeah.
and they would be playing Gonzaga.
Yeah. Now our Bees,
wow.
not so much.
If they would be playing Gonzaga if they won their first round game.
Like, no, if Gonzaga was the 8 or 9 seed. Like, they
Well,
would.
Gonzaga's not going to be an 8 or a 9 seed.
That's what it had him as.
What?
Gonzaga's not going to
No.
win the WCC.
Wait.
Great. Now
Wait a minute.
Don't come at me with WCC knowledge.
Oh boy.
It's me
I'll
and
tread lightly here.
it's me and Swag.
But listen, there is no
Swag and I.
way Gonzaga is right now projected as an 8 or a 9 seed. There's just no way.
You think they're better or worse?
They're better.
No.
Am I wrong?
They're not very good
am
this
I-
year.
Am I missing? Well, I know that they're not.
They did lose to the Beavs.
And the Beavs
Yeah, I
lost to
saw
the
that.
Pilots.
I saw
Yeah,
that.
did you see the Beavs lose to the Pilots?
And it
I
wasn't
heard. I
close.
read that.
Yeah,
I read that.
they went down on the bluff.
But the Oregon State Gonzaga game, I did see that.
Yeah.
Now Gonzaga. Now let's be fair. Gonzaga beat them by 50 the next time they played.
they rolled them.
I still will. I'm going to dig in on this and say that is not their projection. I may be wrong.
Right.
I may have, and I know Gonzaga is not elite this year.
Pulled it up right now.
They are not ranked.
Gonzaga as an 8 seed taking on Utah State.
On Lenardi's bracket.
Yeah, in the Atlanta region.
Damn.
They would just miss out on being in the
that shocks
Seattle
me.
to
What's
start.
their record?
They're part of the also
20
receiving
and
votes
7.
crowd. They're there with like St. Mary's and
20 and 7. They're only a half game up on San Francisco right now for second in the WCC.
Yeah. Wow. I'm surprised they have them that low, 8 or 9. But okay. Well, anyway, what were we talking about?
There's so much going on, but there's really nothing going on. I mean, literally, we're in that weird spot now where
Well, we're going to talk about the weather again.
yeah, hot weather talk. Well, you said that we have so much sports to talk about,
Yeah.
and we really, well, unless you want to get into the Four Nations. I mean,
I do actually.
yeah,
That's next on my notes
there
here.
you go.
Well, I saw that the.
I tried to tell you about it, and no one wanted to listen to me, and now all of a sudden we're paying attention to it.
Well, I saw that the NHL Four Nations.
Yes. Ooh, I like that you put a little pizzazz
Little
on
French
that.
on that.
Thank you. It was in Montreal.
I know. That's why I did that.
They booed the hell out of us.
I saw that it outdrew. Oh wait, no, they don't know if it outdrew All Star Saturday Night yet, right? Because they don't have the ratings yet for All Star Saturday Night.
Yeah, I don't think so. In the United States, I think it was like 4.7, 4.8, and
There's
then
4.4 is what I have here. but
4.4.
I'm talking about All Star Saturday Night in the NBA.
Oh, yeah.
So the NHL whatever the Four
Four
Nations.
Nations. That was their All-Star game.
Yes, but it's still going on.
Yes.
Which is weird.
Yeah.
But okay. It got a 4.4,
Mhm.
and they said that was the highest rating for a non-Stanley Cup hockey game,
Yes.
non-Stanley Cup final hockey game
Yeah.
since 2019, which is huge.
Yeah, it's huge. And then up in
And
Canada,
that was
they,
the U.S.-Canada game.
yeah, and that was so the last time they played international,
And
best
we
on
won.
best.
We won.
No. Canada got us in overtime.
Da.
Sidney Crosby.
Da.
But that was 8 years ago. We haven't been able to play them with best on the best international. It drew almost 12 million up in Canada. So it was a monster number. I mean, this thing was concocted by the NHL. Same thing, like no one cared about the All-Star game. They had played around with different formats. They said, screw the All-Star game. Let's take 2 weeks off. We'll put the 4 teams on there, see what happens. And it has just been a monster for them. Because when you put the flag on the front of your jersey, these guys care. I mean, they
No, I know. Some guy from the Flyers said that this is this final.
Yeah.
Because now it's U.S.-Canada again.
yes.
On Thursday, he said this is the biggest. He's a Canadian guy.
Mhm.
He said this is the biggest game of his life.
Yes.
That's what he said.
Dylan Larkin, he's on the American squad. He scored the game-winning goal when U.S. and Canada, and he's the Red Wings captain. And my Red Wings have been terrible since Dylan Larkin's been in the league. He's 28, 29. And he said this was that game against Canada. The first one, he said, this is the biggest game of my life. So think about that you have guys that are basically saying that their all-star game, this version of the NHL all-star game, is the biggest game they've ever played in. And then you take that and you put that next to anything we do in the Pro Bowl, anything we do in the certainly whatever NBA, festivity you want. And it's all buy-in. When you get buy-in, you get an unbelievable product.
But hockey's a little unique.
Yes.
Because you couldn't do this in football because
No.
they're all American.
Yes.
And you can do it in the NBA. That's what they're talking about now, is that
Yes.
this may be the blueprint for the NBA.
Yeah.
But you could only do that in the NBA recently, in the last handful of years, because it used to be so lopsided, but now it's getting a little bit more of an even playing field.
World Baseball Classic in baseball did this.
Baseball, you do it, but they don't seem to have that. Doesn't seem to have the pull. Like in hockey's just unique because it's a Canadian sport played in America.
Yes.
That's what it is.
I will say the last Baseball Classic they had some sauce to it.
It did, but Shohei brought a lot of that.
He did.
I mean,
but I'm telling you, if you had an NBA where
Japan cares.
Japan cares.
But I don't know that the U.S. Americans, there is no other sport, unless I'm missing something off the top of my head, no other major sport, I guess, that Americans would care about in international competition outside of hockey.
Because I think the difference with us is that this is the one sport where we aren't
women's soccer.
Yeah.
We get around women's soccer pretty good.
Yeah.
FIFA World Cup.
Yeah, I guess that's
we would care. And the reason why we care about hockey now is it's the one sport we're not the cock of the walk in. If the U.S. men soccer team were to go on a World Cup run, buckle the F up. I mean, it's on. That thing would crush. It's just we are for the first time we're the underdog and we're beating up the bully. And it's usually the other way around. In basketball, in baseball, all that, we have this sense of, oh, well, whatever. If we really cared, we would show up and we would win.
Well, why isn't that true of hockey then?
Because we're not that good. We've never been very good in hockey. This is the best we've ever been in hockey. This is the first time these last handful of years that it feels like our team can really be competitive and go toe-to-toe with the best that Canada has to offer. And because it was their sport and they would just kick our ass. And we weren't even the second best country. There were European countries that were better than us. And we have put a lot of time and effort into a developmental program in the United States, and we are cranking out maybe not the stars that Canada has. I mean, the best players in this game are all on the Canadian side, but when you put together a team, you put together a system to play in, and all of a sudden, from 8 years ago, we damn near had them. They beat us in overtime by 1 goal, obviously. And then this year, we got them basically 2-1, but we were the better team that night, even though we didn't have the better players. So it feels like we've got a little bit of the Rocky versus Ivan Drago thing. And if there's one thing that Americans love, it's taking that underdog role and we're the John Wayne. We're going to grab a root and hold on. We're going to take what you do and we're going to do it better because of American exceptionalism.
Yeah, I agree with all that. And you're right about the soccer team. If we ever rise up in soccer.
If we made a run and we ended up in the Final Four of the World Cup, dude, that thing would be enormous.
But isn't it interesting that in the Olympics, where we always dominated, anybody who's alive remembers U.S., generally speaking, U.S. domination, right?
Yes.
When we don't dominate, we shrug and go, don't care.
Exactly.
So it's kind of it's almost two separate things. Like if you start on top, like if you are the king.
Basketball
is a good example, but just Olympic sports in general. I mean, we dominate.
Yeah.
Or
we've done very well.
We've done great, but way better than the other countries.
Yeah, in the summer, not in the winter, but
we love that.
Yes.
But only when we're dominating.
Yeah.
But then if you start at the bottom and it is not your sport and you're rising up like soccer and hockey,
we love it.
We don't love it until you're good.
Yeah. But that's my point. Once we get there.
So we're front runners on both.
100%.
We're front runners on both sides.
And then you throw in the fact that let me start it. For some reason, we've decided to pick a fight with Canada. I mean, my God.
Well, you go after the big boy.
But no,
I'm
saying as a country, we've decided to pick a fight with Canada, but that's a whole other thing.
Bitch.
And so when they booed our anthem at the beginning,
Yes.
not the beginning of the Canada game.
I read that.
They booed us when we played Finland.
Yeah.
So that game was in Montreal,
Yeah.
and so the first game we played was against Finland, and they booed us. They booed the anthem. And by the way, that never happens. In fact, it is the United States that boos the Canadian anthem during playoffs and during games. Canada does not do that. And so this was the first time that we've heard Canadians really boo the anthem.
So
And
it's political.
It's political.
Yeah.
And especially in Montreal. And
Yeah.
the U.S. players didn't like it.
Mhm.
And even before the game, the Canada-United States game,
Ooh, we should call them the United States.
the United States, I like that. The announcer came on and in French and in English said, please let's all remember to be respectful of both national anthems. They were trying to tap it down. And the Canadian fans, they booed the hell
Yeah.
out of the anthem, worse than they did in the first one. And that's when you knew this was much greater than a hockey game. This has taken on a weird Cold War 80s Russia-United States vibe to
Well,
it.
wait till Thursday.
Oh, the Boston
Thursday,
fans are
Thursday it's U.S. Canada rematch
in Boston.
in Boston.
And we just got done talking about Boston fan. That anthem, when they do "Oh Canada," is going to be, it's going to be rough.
Good thing there's no one black on that Canadian team.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, there's not a black guy.
And
on,
I'm only half kidding.
there's not one on either team.
Well, I know. I'm just saying, like
yeah.
in Boston,
Yes, it could get ugly.
Adam Jones were on that team.
Yeah. It could
Might be a little rough.
It could get the learned people. No. But yeah, it's
It's
Thursday
fun.
is going
Hey,
to be
this is fun.
powder keg.
I'm with you though. It's kind of weird that now all of a sudden we're going to make Canada our enemy for
I know.
no reason.
For no reason.
But
We've just decided to hate Canada.
hey, this is kind of fun. The
Yeah.
the NHL has found something here.
Yeah.
And
Well,
you wonder if the NBA can now follow that model.
Yeah.
That's the question.
Got to try some. I also have
And I think they should try.
I've got a take on the whole NBA thing too when we come back. I know we're up against
Are you
it,
going to
but-
poop on the NBA again?
No, I'm not. I'm going
Oh,
to do
good.
the exact opposite of pooping
Oh,
on the
good.
NBA.
Okay. Did you watch All-Star Weekend?
No, I watched about. I was at a bar,
Yeah.
and every time I looked up, because Saturday night I was watching the hockey. Sunday I was out
Yeah.
at a bar, and every time I looked up, they weren't playing the game. They were doing something else.
Oh.
Like there
Well,
was like
let's talk about it
yeah,
next.
it's-
Okay. I didn't
yeah.
watch it either. So let's talk about something we didn't watch.
well, I mean, it was on. It was on in the background.
Not for me.
Watched is a strong word.
I
for
forgot
me.
it was on.
Yeah.
So we'll get to that next. Here's Will.
Now, from the Fan Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Sports Center is brought to you by Crunch Fitness. Memberships as low as $9.99 per month. Find your Crunch Time in Portland, Vancouver, and online at crunch.com. First on the Fan, Vladimir Guerrero Jr. and the Blue Jays failed to come to terms on a contract extension by his Monday night deadline, paving the way for him to become a free agent in November. Guerrero plans to cut off contract talks for the rest of the season and play as a player without a contract, becoming a free agent at the ripe old age of 25 years old once the season has concluded. Former Mariner Justin Turner and the Chicago Cubs have agreed to a one-year, $6 million contract. Turner split time between the Blue Jays and Mariners last season, hitting .259 and had 11 home runs. Over in the NFL, the Carolina Panthers and QB Andy Dalton have agreed to a new year, 2-year contract. The deal is worth $8 million with $6 million guaranteed. Big Tuesday night in college hoops at 4, number 7, Texas A&M. They're traveling to Starksville to take on the 21st ranked Mississippi State Bulldogs in SEC action. The Bulldogs are favored in that one by 2.5. Also at 4, number 13 Purdue takes on number 14 Michigan State in East Lansing. Michigan State is favored by 3.5 in that one. At 6, number 5 Houston takes on former Pac-12 team Arizona State down in Tempe. Houston is favored by 12.5. And then also at 6, the 23rd ranked Kansas Jayhawks take on the BYU Cougars. BYU is favored by 2.5 at home. There are a couple games currently in action. Right now, Villanova is taking on UConn in Connecticut. That game is 2-2, 16 minutes left to go in the first half. For more sports scores and stories in 30 minutes, I'm Will Ortner at the Fan Sports Desk. Listen live or on demand on the Odyssey app, the Fan's desktop player, or tell your smart speaker to play 1080 The Fan.
It's The Fan on FM.
Someone mentioned, so what I'm hearing is that Trump stirring things up with our friends up north is making hockey great again.
It's just the dumbest thing in the world we decided to pick a fight with Canada, but whatever.
Somebody else said going to miss U.S. versus Canada when they become the 51st state. Although maybe that will make it more of a rivalry.
Yeah. This has nothing to do with hockey, but, a lot of times stuff, the Olympics,
Well, yeah.
and I mean, the Miracle on Ice didn't have anything to do with hockey either. It's just sometimes stuff plays out in the background, and, I totally get where the Kachuk brothers came out and said, we don't like being booed, and I totally get why the Montreal fans were booing the anthem. I mean, both sides have a legitimate point, but this was already the most heated rivalry in hockey. Make no mistake about it. When the U.S. and Canada play, whenever they play, and remember the last two Olympics, they didn't, the NHL pulled their players. So it's been a while since you've had best on best in these sorts of things. And anytime the U.S. and Canada have played, it has been an absolute dogfight. And now you have it again, and the players are beyond jazzed up for it, and you throw in some political heat behind it, and you've got a powder keg.
Let's go.
And now it's going to go back to Boston.
I'm going to watch.
And I hope it look, the anthem thing, I don't like anyone booing anyone's anthem. I think it's poor form when anyone does it, and I get Boston fans going to do it. I hope that's the end of it, because that was the thing about the hockey game. Yes, we had the 3 fights in the first 9 seconds, but if you watched it, after that, it was like they got out of their system, they set the tone for it, and then it settled into a really good, actually, defensive hockey game. So I just hope that the same thing, I don't think you're going to get 3 fights again. Yes, it's going to be a charged crowd. Yes, it's going to be a great environment. But at the end of the day, a lot of these guys are on the same team. I mean, you got players from Canada and the U.S. that are playing against each other that have to turn around in a week and play on the same team trying to win a Stanley Cup. This is not going to be like some sort of cheap shot bloodbath sort of thing. It's just going to be a really intense hockey game, and I hope people can appreciate it for what it is. America, yeah!
Well, I'll tune in because, again, you tell me something matters, so check it out.
Well, and that's the only thing I'll say about any of these games is when people care, when the players care, it ends up being great theater, because sports is always great theater when you get involvement from the players. And the problem that every All-Star game has is exactly that. It doesn't mean anything, and no one cares.
Well, I do feel like in the U.S. we're moving away from All-Star games, although baseball All-Star game kind of is what it is, but it's kind of a tradition that still holds. But NBA certainly a mess, and no one cares. And the Pro Bowl, no one cares.
Well,
They've
Pro Bowl's
changed
gone.
it. Yeah, it's like just
It's the Pro Bowl
competition
games.
now.
Yeah.
But I just feel like if you could, like this is the model, what the NHL did, going to a country model, 4 nations, what they call it. And that, if you could do that in every sport, that's what you should do with All-Star games, because outside of that in the U.S., we really don't care. It's just a different time. And All-Star games, whether you like them or not, no one cares.
And this is my thing with the NBA. Stop trying to fix it, because it's not going to get fixed. I said this about the Pro Bowl.
So what should they do then?
Just leave it.
Well, they're not going to do that because they want to try to. They want ratings. They want money.
But it does get ratings, and it does get money. This, like, everyone made fun of the Pro Bowl, right? I'll go to the. Do we actually
Pro
have
Bowl games?
No. Do we have the numbers for the All-Star game?
No, you mean the NBA?
Yes, the NBA.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Because that was Sunday night.
Okay, what did it do last year? Look that up for me.
Okay, I got you.
Okay,
but hold on, I want to mention for those that are just new to the conversation, the NHL.
Yes.
The 4 Nations game between U.S. Canada on Saturday night drew a 4.4 rating, 4.4 million. That is huge. Yeah. That is better than most Stanley Cup Finals games.
Yes.
And so what I want to do is figure out if the NHL beat the NBA All-Star Saturday night, which is really the best thing about the NBA All-Star weekend, the 3-point shooting contest and all that.
Yeah.
If
that's a killer.
That is huge for that league, the NHL.
Yeah.
If they beat NBA All-Star Saturday night, but I have yet to see the ratings on All-Star Saturday night. Now I will look up the All-Star game ratings from last year.
I have it here.
Okay, so what was it?
5.4 mil.
This is last year's All-Star game?
Last year, television ratings for the 2024 NBA All-Star game were up from the year before with an estimated 5.4 million viewers. That's on the USA Today.
Can we also add in this? Don't you think that U.S.-Canada on Thursday will get more than 4.4.
Yes.
Yeah. So it's
As someone said on the text line, it goes, I never watched hockey. I'm going to watch on Thursday.
Well, and I'm the same way.
Yeah.
But I think that you could make it's reasonable to say that Thursday's hockey game, which is just an exhibition,
Yeah. Doesn't mean anything.
will get as good a ratings as the NBA All-Star game from last year.
Yes.
And it probably will beat that.
Yes. Yes.
That is huge for hockey.
Yeah.
It really is. I mean, and it's also a huge indictment on the NBA. It's getting passed up by everyone.
Sure. I just, I'll go to the Pro Bowl because everyone just said that the Pro Bowl was the dumbest thing in the world. The Pro Bowl, if you go back over the last 15 years, the Pro Bowl averaged about 9 million viewers. So, and this I'll say about the NBA All-Star game. Is it what it was? No, and it's not ever going to be. So stop trying to make it that. Make it a celebration. We do this every year. The national pastime now is bitching about All-Star games. The All-Star game is a celebration, and that's all it is. It doesn't mean anything, and it never will, and it never did. It's just that we have changed the way we view it. So I'm not going to kill the NBA. I haven't watched the NBA All-Star game in years. And look, Matt McClung is winning the NBA slam dunk contest 3 years in a row. He's not even in the NBA. He's made more money in the slam dunk competition, or about the same, as he has in his NBA career.
Who's he play for?
Nothing. He's a G League guy.
Oh.
He's not in the NBA. He's a G League player. He puts on the Magic uniform because he plays for the Magic G League team, but he's not in the NBA.
So he's technically a Magic player?
Yes.
He's a two-way guy?
Yeah, it'd be like if a guy from the NBA, the Portland Remix were winning. So, it's no one cares. So stop trying to make it. So why do we sit here and bitch? Why can't something just be like with the Pro Bowl? Look, if 9 million people want to tune into it, let them watch it. And let the players go to Hawaii and it still sell a bunch of sponsorships on it and you still do decent TV numbers. I mean, my God, look at NBA Finals numbers. NBA Finals numbers are like 9 to 11 million people on any given game. That's not much worse. So you throw something out there, you put the sponsors behind it. If you want to go to it, you sell your tickets and you have a nice little all-star weekend. And if people don't like it, then they don't have to tune in. I don't get why we constantly have to make something. If it's not the greatest thing in the world, then we crap all over it. I will not crap on the All-Star game. It is not for me, but if you're a diehard guy, or if it was in my town, I'd buy a ticket if it was affordable and go to it.
Well,
so just because something isn't great doesn't mean that it has to constantly be tinkered with. In fact, I think by constantly tinkering with it and never knowing what the hell is going on, I think you make it worse.
I agree with everything you just said, but try telling that to a league that has people making a lot of money to fix things.
Yeah.
It's just not.
No.
Everything you said is reasonable.
No, we're not reasonable.
Try dropping that in on the big board meeting in the NBA front office today, because I guarantee you that was a big meeting and they are panicking because people make a lot of money and the league makes a lot of money to figure this stuff out to maximize their profit. Yeah. And that's what they want to do.
And I just think you're trying to maximize something that in today's current world, I don't know if it can really be maximized.
You ain't convincing them of that.
No, probably not.
We'll wrap up the hour next on The Fan. Oh, hey, what's up? It's Rob. for college football to be looking at changing everything.
No, it did not. Let's tear it all down.
We will talk about that. I saw the Statista.com, not StatMuse,
Okay.
has the average number of viewers of the NBA All-Star Game in the U.S. from 2003 to 2024.
Okay.
And
Guessing we're on a bit of a dip.
Yeah, it's dipped and slowly. It's 10.8 is the peak, and that's back in 2003.
Yeah.
As Will said, it was 5.5 last year. The year before, 4.6. But in between 2004 and 2022, it went from 8, kind of peaked at a 9, down 7, 6, 5, 4. You can, I mean, you get
And the Pro Bowl was like that too, and then eventually they killed it.
So it really started diving from about 2011 to now, and it's lost about half its viewership.
Sure.
So that's where we're at.
Yeah, and I just feel like that, and you look at most All-Star games, and they're all following that same sort of trend.
Yeah, exactly.
So.
And so that, while everything you say makes sense about just leave it, it's fine, it's an exhibition, who cares? The leagues care, and they aren't going to stop until they figure something out.
Wake me when someone figures something out, because
don't you think in the NBA, this is the one thing we haven't discussed, don't you think the NBA could go the route of the NHL?
Yes.
I think a world competition.
The only thing that makes sense, and the only way you can get these things to matter is what hockey has, and that is buy-in.
Yeah.
And getting international players. I would like to think that national pride would kick in, because I know they asked Giannis about it, and he said, yeah, he goes, that would get me going. And I would hope that some American pride would kick in. But again, if you go out there and no one plays defense and it ends up being a 400-point game like we had last year, then we're back to square one. So ultimately, you may not get NBA players to care. Hockey matters, and it always has, because hockey, like soccer, the international tournament thing is a big deal. It always has been. So when you put on your country's jersey, it really matters. I'm not certain in basketball if that has it, but I certainly think it's a shot. It's the only one that makes sense. And if not, by God, just play the damn game and be be happy with it. I did see, I think it was Mark Spears that said, when he was talking to players, they said one of the things that the players said that they wanted to do was get everything over on Saturday, right?
Which players? The NBA?
Yeah, the NBA. He said just get everything over on Saturday, all the corporate stuff, all the sponsorship stuff, and just let them have Sunday be a normal game day. Nothing else. Just make it like a regular game, and maybe the players would be more apt to do that, but I guess they're pulling them in a million directions, and it doesn't feel like a game. And that was the one I heard from the players about this one. So I was sitting at a bar watching, well, I guess I wasn't watching it, but it was on. And every time I would look up, there was a break. And some of the players were saying, dude, there was like an hour in between games, and some of the games had like 20-minute breaks in the middle of them. And they said none of that feels like a game, and it's
just
hard.
not fluid.
It's not fluid. So I actually think you'd be better off listening to the players and just scrapping it, do everything Saturday and let them actually have Sunday just be a game. The international thing is certainly something to consider, but maybe just accept the fact that your product, and this goes for every sport, all-star games just aren't what they used to be. It's like you're selling VCRs nowadays. Like, you're not going to be as robust. Music has kind of found this, right? It used to be you'd put out an album and you would sell, great album would sell 15 million copies. Ain't selling 15 million copies anymore. And so you either evolve or you die. And so now you make your money off of, touring or whatever. So I just think you need to accept the fact that exhibition games like this are not going back. The NBA is not going to draw 12 million people to the All-Star game. And all their constant tinkering and bitching, I don't know. The day after All-Star games, it makes my ears bleed, because this nauseating, what's wrong with the All-Star game and what can we do to fix it? And the reality is it's just not the same anymore. And stop trying to make fetch happen, because it ain't gonna.
All right, coming up next, momentum is building. Little college football on the Fan.
update on 1080 The Fan.
Sports Center is brought to you by Laurelhurst Market Steakhouse and Butcher Shop, a great spot for any occasion. And don't forget, you save 10% on your Butcher Shop order when you dine in. Menus and more at laurelhurstmarket.com. First on The Fan, we have a big Tuesday night in college hoops. At 4 o'clock, you got number 13 Purdue taking on number 14 Michigan State in East Lansing. Purdue looking to get a win after a tough loss on Saturday to Wisconsin. Michigan State is favored by 3.5 in that one. Then at 6 o'clock, number 5 Houston takes on former Pac-12 team Arizona State. That game's going to be down in Tempe. Houston is favored by 12.5 in that one. We have a couple games already in action right now in Connecticut. Villanova is leading UConn 20-18. You're a little bit over halfway through the first half in that one. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Will Ortner at the Fan Sports Desk. Listen live or on demand on the Odyssey app, the Fan's desktop player, or tell your smart speaker to play 1080 The Fan.
Did you score a smart speaker over the holidays? Just Mechanic with Primetime on 1080 The Fan.
Well, that's right. Here we are. We are back from our President's Day celebration yesterday, where we celebrated U.S. presidents.
Yeah. Some more than others.
Yeah, that's right.
I was a big Howard Taft guy myself.
And it makes me sad.
Howie,
Yeah.
as they called him.
Yeah, I had a couple toasts last night to several different presidents. And that is something I did. Because the BTJ is out of town, so it's just me.
Whoa.
Yeah. So I was
Whoa.
sitting on the old couch. I was watching the SNL 50 concert,
Yeah.
which was pretty great. And then I was going through a bottle, and when I would pour a new one, I would toast various presidents.
To who? Like just yourself?
Yeah, it was just me.
So you,
I just was cheersing myself. I was like, here to president, and I was just kind of going through random presidents that were off the top.
so
of
if
my
we were
head.
watching you like Truman Show,
Yeah.
we would think you're crazy.
Yes,
Like,
Yeah.
what is he doing?
yes.
Or
There-
how ripped is he?
It was me in a pair of pink shorts, a tank top, sitting in my chair with a bottle, and and I was randomly cheersing, watching an SNL concert, and then I was flipping through the parts I didn't like. I got to be honest, it was a great concert. Like the star power was amazing. There were some people that were that really let me down.
Who played on the 50th anniversary of the SNL concert?
Oh, they had I mean, it was.
Why did I say it that way?
I don't know.
That was
It was a little clunky.
it was very clunky.
Little clunky.
I don't know what I'm doing here.
I mean, I had everybody: Eddie Vedder, Lady Gaga,
Gaga.
the Fugees, Lauryn Hill.
So who disappointed you?
Lauryn Hill and Wycliffe.
Well,
Like I love Lauryn Hill. Like
she's great,
the
but,
Miseducation of Lauryn Hill is one of the best albums of all time.
but that was years ago.
Boy, that was a
Has she done anything good since then? I mean, look,
No.
no offense.
No.
But I don't. Yeah.
it was an unmitigated disaster.
So I mean, what
I
did you
just-
expect? You expected her to be great?
I did. I was like, oh my god.
What year was that album? It was like
It's long,
Yeah.
long time ago. But I don't
it's
know.
like in the 30s.
Isn't she Looney Tunes?
Yes.
Oh,
Yes.
What's wrong with her?
Well, like she will go to a concert and like the concert was supposed to start at 9.
Oh, that's
She
right.
will go on at 11:30 because she's quote not feeling the vibe.
Yeah.
She's
She's got to feel the vibe.
yeah, she's problematic.
All right, so she sucked. Who else?
I wasn't a big fan of her. Miley Cyrus was fantastic.
She's always fantastic.
She was great. I look, and I love Talking Heads guy. Why can't I think of him?
Burns.
Yeah,
Burn.
he needs to go away.
What?
Yeah, it was.
Boy, that's blasphemy.
Yeah, I know.
David Byrne.
He was on there twice. He played once with Arcade Fire and then he once with Robin. It was it's not good. It was bad.
I hate hearing that. love him.
I know. I was like, oh yeah,
He's an American treasure.
I know, and it was not. I would say the same thing. Like if you brought up Willie Nelson, which they did not. Again,
Oh, he's like 97 years old.
I'm just saying. Like every now and then, I have seen two of my heroes, Bob Dylan and Willie Nelson, the last time I saw them in concert, and I'm telling you, do not go see them. And you will not find a bigger Bob Dylan fan than me. It was the worst show I've ever been to. And I'm sorry, but old David has crossed that line. It was bad.
He's 72 now.
It's bad.
I heard Post Malone was pretty good with Nirvana.
Yeah, Post Malone did Nirvana. They did Smell Like Teen Spirit.
Well, Posty's in his prime.
Yeah.
Well, but it's
Coming to
all the
Portland.
Nirvana guys. Like Dave Grohl was drumming.
Yeah. They brought back the whole Pat Smear, and then they brought Chris, the bass
They
player.
had a pap smear?
They brought old Pap Smear.
Pat Mears,
Uh,
famous Salina
Bill Murray,
baseball player.
terrible. Oh,
Bill Murray getting old too.
he did a bit, and it went on for like 5 minutes, and it was.
This is rough.
I hate to, because like I said, one, I was half in the bag, but I had the clicker, and it's every time I click it, it goes ahead 30 seconds, and I didn't want to do it. Like I was sitting there, like it's Bill Murray. No, he got clicked, and then I gave him a second chance. He got triple clicked. I was like, nope, skip ahead. It's bad.
Well, he's 74 now.
Is bad.
So-
Cher killed. Looks amazing.
Wow.
78 years old. She was probably.
Wow.
She brought that. Kevin Costner wants to have sex with Cher. They showed Kevin Costner in the crowd, and he was just drooling over Cher. She was greatness, and I'll tell you,
Maybe they've already done it.
I would think so.
You know,
Do you know who got the
I bet you share. Listen, I don't want to get too graphic here.
Yeah.
But I bet you share in the sack,
Yeah. Oh, her
Come on,
her
come on.
boyfriend's like 35.
dude.
Cher's bringing the
Cher
heat.
knows a thing or two.
Yes. You know who had the biggest surprise reaction because the crowd is star-studded, right? Just everyone's there. You know who had the biggest like what in the hell reaction that I could not fathom, but the people went freaking nuts.
They loved this
They
person.
loved. It was a group, and
Um,
people went badass crazy.
well, I don't know. Just because you mentioned them, Arcade Fire,
No.
because they're not. I mean,
Yeah, they were okay.
Yeah.
Jack White brought the house down. He closed
oh,
the show.
dude, that guy.
He closed the show.
That's the one you were surprised by?
No.
Because
No,
he
no.
shreds.
Jack White was great.
He's coming to town.
He
too.
did.
You know, he's playing Edgefield in
Yeah.
May.
He did a mashup of Neil Young, Rocket in the Free World, and Seven Nation Army. Oh my God, it was phenomenal.
He's the balls.
Backstreet Boys.
What?
I am telling you, the Backstreet Boys came out, and that entire freaking crowd lost their damn
Who's on the
mind.
Backstreet Boys? I can never keep it all straight.
I don't know.
Is that
That's Nick Carter is one of them.
Nick Carter?
And then you'll know the idiot in the cowboy hat. I don't know any of their names, but you will know them as soon as you see them. People went freaking nuts. Jerry Seinfeld's losing it. All like Kristen Wiig's losing it. Jason Momoa's everyone couldn't contain themselves.
Is it possible that they haven't played together in a while? And so this was like
I don't
it was a
know.
big deal that they were.
I don't know. I'm just telling you, of the crowd reactions, I really think Backstreet Boys, and I'm telling you, so much star power on that stage. I think the Backstreet Boys had a top 3 reaction amongst that crowd. People went crazy.
Someone's telling me David Byrne is Scottish. Is that true? He is. Well, he's Scottish American, but
Well, he needs to not.
I thought he was an American guy. So he is not an American treasure. He's a Scottish treasure.
Yeah, well, he needs to.
with delightful hair.
They put him on there twice, and
Well, he's weird. Look, if you're not used to David
I know.
Byrne, his stuff is really out there. So it's look, he's not for everyone.
no,
So perhaps he's just not.
I like him. It's just
Do you?
it's not. The Devo was out there. That wasn't.
Devo.
Yeah,
They're still collecting checks.
I guess.
They put those weird things on their head.
B-52s. Ooh,
Did Devo have the hats on?
yeah.
How embarrassing for them.
B-52 was the B-52s.
Yeah,
were
I've
out
heard
there.
they're a little
It's
rough these
not-
days.
Yeah, it's just. Look, I get it. Like you're in your 70s or whatever. Like you can't sing like you used to, but
All right.
you can't be out there.
What was that? That show was on. Is that SNL 50 they keep?
Yes.
So
So there's
that's already aired.
so there's a concert, and then there's a 50th anniversary special where they do sketches.
Is that Saturday? This coming Saturday?
No, they already did it.
They already did it.
They've done both.
See, I've been a little out of the
You've been a
loop.
little out of the loop.
little preoccupied.
So
but I love SNL.
Yes.
And so I will watch the. Of course, I haven't watched SNL as much in recent years, but I'm a huge SNL fan. As a matter of fact, I have, in honor of the SNL 50 ads, which you could not swing a bag of dead cats without seeing.
Yeah.
I have the list of most SNL episodes
Mhm.
by cast member.
Oh, well,
And I want to see if you can get.
well, I do know who's the longest running cast member.
Yeah,
and that's
he's on
easy.
there now.
He's on there now.
But I have the whole list,
Yeah.
and so we'll in honor of that.
Yeah.
I love SNL.
Yeah.
So I
Well,
hope the show was great.
It was the show was good. I last night I wanted to sit down and watch the entire con. It's like 3 hours long. I skipped ahead, and it was a nice, nothing to do, no sports on. Break out a bottle, start pouring it, and that was the whole thing. Celebrate some presidents. I want to say the most random one. I think I went Grover Cleveland at one point for some unknown reason, and I hope that
Okay.
is an actual president. I think it is.
There was a
yeah.
Cleveland president.
Yeah.
Was his name Grover?
Yeah.
Because at some point, and by the way,
It
this is
wasn't Jim.
like 9 in. I did raise a glass to Grover Cleveland, and I hope that was correct.
He
but-
was number 22 and number 24.
Well, look at that. Wait, there was someone in between.
You like those
Who?
two?
yeah.
Two. There.
The Baby Ruth candy bar's named after his kid.
Who was 23? That's the question. Any guesses?
I have no idea. I didn't look any of these up. This was more of just it was kind of a fun drinking game when I was by myself. so-
Benji Harrison.
Oh, didn't do that. Ulysses S. Grant got a shout out from me. That happened. You know, it was easy.
Okay.
Our
Number 18.
Martin Van Buren got one in his mutton chops.
He was gay.
Martin Van Buren was?
Did you know that?
I didn't.
Nobody else knows that but me.
No, that was from Seinfeld that I did that one. That was a Van Buren Boys. I even did the little 8 fingers up on that. Yeah. And in case people were wondering, Jameson Black was the bottle
Right.
last night.
Well, we thank you for that, but we're now derailed,
Sorry.
and that is your fault. But that's okay.
It was a good show. Watch it.
I will. Yeah, I'll go back and watch that. We get to college football playoff expansion, apparently,
Mhm.
is coming. And we'll get to that next on The Fan. They want to change. They want to change the postseason format again.
Well, we got one more year of the old format, and then
Yeah.
we can do what. The Big Ten and the SEC then can do whatever the hell they want.
And that is what is happening
Yeah.
here, because last spring, if you remember, it got pretty intense when the SEC and the Big Ten threatened to just leave and create their own postseason.
Yeah, take their ball and go home.
So what that led to was all the other conferences going, well, slow down. It's okay. You don't have to leave. They all signed a memorandum of understanding, which said, hey, we'll talk about this, but we'll give you more control.
Yes.
Okay, that's what ended up happening. Okay, so here we are.
Yeah.
Where they have to start discussing this.
So next year you're going to get there may be a minor tweak, like next year you may end up not getting the seeding may get changed. If anything gets changed, the seeding.
Right. But this is for when the deal is up.
The deal is up. So next year they have to play out the contract basically as is. So, and then after that, basically it's going to expand, and it sounds like the Big Ten and the SEC are going to get 4 automatic berths, right? So you'll get 8 from the SEC, or between the SEC and the Big Ten, and then there'll be 8 others that'll expand to 16. And
well, they're saying, okay, so according to Ross Dellinger, he is saying there's momentum for 14 or 16.
yeah.
And they would assign multiple automatic qualifiers per league, and as many as 4 for each, the SEC and the Big Ten.
Yes.
And then what the other thing they want to do, and this is something that we have talked about here because it was floated out there earlier this football season, but they want a scheduling arrangement that's going to get them millions in additional revenue from TV partners.
Yeah.
In other words, the SEC and the Big Ten teams, the elite teams, are going to start meeting each other in the non-con quite often.
Yes. So, I mean,
which is good.
It is good. And like I said, don't be afraid of all this. There's going to be some bumps along the way. And by the way, like the House settlement, none of that is settled. And even when it is settled, it's just going to still be chaos. Like there is going to be some rough times ahead because the NCAA is going to keep getting sued. They're going to keep losing. And eventually, years down the road, you'll stumble into some form of new context where it's collectively bargained. There'll be some sort of commissioner. But until then, much like the All-Star game, can we just sit back and realize that it's not that bad of a product? And actually, it's a really good product. And this year's playoff was fantastic. And we're going to crown a true champion. And next year, you're going to do it again. And the year after that, you're going to get even more of a true champion because more teams are going to be in it.
Well, what do we want? Do we want 16? I've always advocated for 16 because it just no buys.
Yeah.
And then you could just go 1 through 16. Just rank them based on the ranking.
And I don't. I'm fine with 12 because I actually think when you get to the back half of 12, you're not getting great teams anyways. So I don't think that we need 8 teams from the SEC and the Big Ten.
Who would that be this year? Let me go look that.
I didn't need Ole Miss. Like I didn't need Alabama. So Ole Miss would have been in. Alabama would have been in. Who else? Clemson already made it in. So I know that Ole Miss and Alabama would have been.
South Carolina.
Like, no offense.
16 would have been Illinois.
Yeah, see, that's what I mean. Like,
so you got Ohio State, Illinois. So here are your first match. If you expand to 16 this year, just for example, you would have Ohio State. Oh no, because this is finishing one.
Yeah, it's finishing.
Who was number 1?
What are you talking about?
Who was the number 1 seed?
Oregon.
Oh yeah. How quickly I forget.
I thought you for a minute there. I was like,
so Oregon would have had to play Illinois again.
Yeah. Which again,
if you did just by the ranking.
I just don't need. It's the same thing with the NCAA tournament. They're talking about expanding to 76. I don't need 76 teams. I don't need to see the 15th and the 16th best team. I don't need Illinois, and I don't need a Missouri, and I don't need a South Carolina. BYU, I guess, could have theoretically been in there. And look, I love BYU, and we had a great year. You know who wasn't going to win a national title, and the playoff wasn't worse off for not having them in it? BYU.
Okay, can I scratch everything I just said?
Yeah, go for it.
Can it be?
Are you okay? Are you
I'm
having
okay.
a stroke?
No.
You just have a lot of.
And it makes me sad.
Well, I went off the final rankings, like AP rankings, and I shouldn't have done that.
Okay.
I should have gone off the final college football playoff rankings.
Yes.
And like you said, so the matchups, if we just said they expanded to 16,
yes,
and just seeded them by ranking,
yes,
Oregon would have played Clemson
okay.
in the first round. And that's a dangerous little game.
Yeah.
2 would have been Georgia, and they would have played South Carolina.
Mm-hmm.
And South Carolina, again, I could see either of those 15 and 16 seeds upsetting the 1 and 2 in those scenarios.
Mhm.
The 14 is Ole Miss. They would have played Texas. That would have been a great game. And then
But Miami would have been in there
Penn
somewhere
State.
too, right?
Penn State would have played Miami, which I also think would have been a great game.
Okay.
So in this one example of this past year, those games were actually better games because Arizona State was ranked 12th, SMU 10th, and Boise State 9th, right? So you would have had an 8-9 matchup of Indiana-Boise State.
Yeah.
So I actually think this is, I mean, again, it's just one example.
Yeah.
But I don't, again, it's not to say that Clemson, South Carolina, or any of those can win it, but neither can freaking the team that was ranked 8th in Indiana.
Where was BYU?
They were 17th
Okay.
on
so
this.
we missed a
Just
bite.
missed out. You
Just
were
a
like
spot.
in the first 4.
First 4 out. At some point, like expansion just waters things down. But again,
I don't know, man.
you give me 16. I'll watch 16. You eliminate the buys. and,
Well,
you
I
know,
hate to say this, and again, it's just one example. So we have to. I mean, I don't want to like make all these sweeping statements regarding just 1 year, but this year, it was already watered down.
Sure.
Just this season, the first time they went to 12, it was watered down because you had Arizona State. And again, I'm not saying anything bad about these teams, but Arizona State wasn't winning that tournament.
No.
Indiana wasn't winning that tournament. SMU wasn't winning that
Boise State
tournament.
wasn't
Neither
winning
was
that tournament.
Boise State.
So again,
That's half the a third of the field.
Again, so we're gonna water it down even more. I don't need 16, but again, I'm not going to complain. And ultimately, it's not going to stop at 14. It'll go to 16 because the only reason anyone's expanding anyways, again, is more inventory, right? More inventory.
Yeah.
Teams
Well-
or TV partners will pay more for it. So
Yeah, I think if you're an Oregon fan, like, I don't know, maybe not fan, but just generally speaking, if you're sitting on a bye, it's just better to be playing a game
sure.
because it's more money for college football.
If they're at all smart when they expand this thing to 16, the first 2 rounds need to be played on campus.
Home, yeah, and then play the final. What would that be? 4?
Then that's fine. Then go play that in
Bowl games?
You know, play that in bowl games. But the first 2 rounds.
Yeah, I think that's right.
The first 2 rounds, if you go into 16, no buys, first 2 rounds need to be played on campus. If you're going to be the number 1 seed, you should get the benefit of playing at home and then reseed. And I think that would ease the burden of travel costs. Look, it's just not fair to ask fans to have to travel to all those different games. Then you're going to get into some bias of where those games are played and, proximity. So just make it. One of the cool things, even though the games didn't end up being great games, but seeing a Penn State game in Penn State in cold weather was freaking awesome. The Notre Dame game, the cold weather game with Touchdown Jesus, remember that was the whole Shane Gillis was there and he called them, Alabama Jones. And like that was phenomenal. And McAfee's out there and they got guys kicking field goals in the bad weather. Like that is
good for the fans.
That is college football. That is phenomenal. And they need to tap into that. You telling me that a college football playoff game, Oregon versus Clemson at Autzen Stadium
That's pretty
in
good,
December?
It's pretty good.
Let's freaking go.
Pretty good.
And someone tell me that that's bad for college football. So this whole system that everyone bitches and moans about again because it's what we do. It's our national pastime. This will lead to a brighter, and ultimately better tournament in college football.
It'll be interesting.
Bumps along the way, but we're
a
going to
lot
get
of
there.
bumps. A lot of bumps.
Well, again, I just go back to
many bumps.
and I know people probably don't pay as much attention to it because you don't have to because nothing gets settled, but every time you think they have some sort of grasp on how the new system is going to work, and when I say the House settlement, that's the lawsuit, the multi-billion-dollar lawsuit that was settled. And that, by the way, was settled, like, I swear to God, like 8 months ago. It's still not settled. Because every time like they come to the table to try to finish the settlement, either a judge says, no, you can't do that, or someone else says, no, we're going to keep suing on that. There is going to be so many lawsuits over the next 4 or 5 years that are just, it's going to be nauseating to hear about, but the sport isn't going to die. And you're just going to have to weather a lot of legalese talk and a lot of changing landscape that's going to be difficult for the next couple of years until you settle, and eventually it will. And when we settle, it'll be something that looks, it'll look a lot different than what we're used to.
How many teams are in the SEC right now?
What,
I don't even
16,
know.
right?
Is it 16 or 18?
I
or-
believe it's 16. But
Well, there you go.
But I may be wrong.
There's one spot for each of the SEC teams in the tournament. It's a big SEC tournament.
4 SEC, 4 Big Ten. That'll.
What about this? What if they
guaranteed spots.
expand to 16 and all 16 are guaranteed to be SEC teams? That'd be funny. They're also saying that the SEC will move to a 9-game regular season conference schedule.
Yes.
And they would do that. I don't know really why they would do that. I'm guessing they're saying that just changing the playoff format would help them get to 9 regular season games, but I don't know why they would give up the cupcake game. Maybe because they're giving up that cupcake game for a big money game against the Big Ten.
That would probably be my guess. And then even if you lose that game because you got 4 guaranteed spots, it gives you a little more wiggle room, to feel like as long as you finish in the top 4, you're in. And then the regular season, I'm not gonna say it doesn't matter, but it certainly dilutes it and allows you to maybe be a little more risky. And I know it sucks for the small market teams, but I've said it all along. If you really want to make college football great, you need to eliminate to eliminate the dumb games. The biggest problem with college football, in my humble opinion,
unbalanced schedules.
And too many times throughout the course of the season, when you look up, especially if you're a fan of an actual title contending team, take for instance Oregon. How many games this year on Oregon's schedule did anyone actually look forward to?
2.
Yeah. And
wait, what was the second one?
Well, you had Penn
regular
State.
season.
Regular season. So you had
Ohio State and
Michigan early on. Probably not by the time you actually played.
Yeah.
But early on.
Yeah.
Washington always.
Well, then Oregon State.
Wisconsin. That's my thing.
I know, I get you.
And so if you eliminate the 3 dip S's that you play at the start of the year, no offense to anyone, that's a cheap shot.
Yeah, you're a real jerk.
Well, because Oregon State's not. That's a cheap shot, right? If you want to keep a rivalry game like that, I'm talking about when you play Sister Mary of the Poor,
Idaho.
When you play Idaho, which ended up being a competitive game, but that game doesn't need to happen. You don't need to play the Citadel. Stop it. Northern Montana, get out of here with that crap. If you replaced those 3 games and you did what they're talking about, the Big Ten and the SEC, even if you just spun a random wheel and you gave me 3 SEC games that Oregon had to play at the start of the season or mixed in, instantly your season becomes 40% better right there. That's the biggest problem is stupid scheduling. Indiana this year plays 1 game that matters. They lose it and Indiana gets in. That's the biggest problem with college football. It's not the back half of the postseason. It's that. If you can find a way to not solve it, but move that to a more equitable base for everybody, it becomes, I think, a exponentially better product.
So just so you know, the SEC and Big Ten ADs are meeting today, or were, in New Orleans. That's the second time they have met. Yeah. The College Football Playoff Management Committee is scheduled to meet in Dallas on February 25th, which is next week. And the SEC and the Big Ten could present ideas for a future format to them next week. Yeah. So they expect final decisions on all of this in the next few weeks.
So the SEC and the Big Ten will drive the bus. Hopefully they throw some halfway decent crumbs to everyone else, and then, you move forward. But ultimately, they will drive this bus. And no one really else has a real pushback against them because they are college football right now.
All right, guess what we have next?
I'm hoping a little ITN.
We do have some ITN.
I need it. I need my news.
We have a body.
Oh.
We have a dead body.
I don't like that.
Well, these bodies.
Yeah, these pop up, right?
What's that all about?
What is the deal with bodies?
And a very Oregon bill is up for debate. So we'll get to those items next on In the News. Here is Will.
Now, from the Fan Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Sports Center is driven by the Oregon International Auto Show. This Sunday is Country Financial Family Day. Kids under 16 are going to get in free. Get your tickets now at OregonAutoShow.com. First on the Fan, big Tuesday in college hoops right now. There's about 8 minutes left to go in the first half over in Florida. The number 2 Gators are up 28-14 on Oklahoma. Then in the big early matchup in the SEC, number 7 Texas A&M, they are beating number 21 Mississippi State 27-22. That game is in Starkville. Right now there's 5 minutes to go in the first half there. In an important game in Big Ten action, you've got number 13 Purdue taking on number 14 Michigan State. Purdue is up 21-18 right now on the Spartans. 5:35 left to go in the first half there. Later on tonight at 6, you got the 23rd ranked Kansas Jayhawks that are taking on BYU. Right now, the Cougars are favored by 2.5 at home. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Will Ortner at the Fan Sports Desk. Listen live or on demand on the Odyssey app, the Fan's desktop player, or tell your smart speaker to play 1080 The Fan.
Slam Dunk in Vegas is
Sukanik is schooling young Will Ortner with a history lesson.
Well, Will said that his favorite movie was, he dropped a Miracle reference on you, which you had no idea.
Yeah, none.
And so I said, Will, that's a wasted reference. He did not get it.
It was a great reference.
My ankle is further from my heart.
Your ankle is a hell of a long way from your heart.
Yeah.
Yeah, same thing.
That's a Herb Brooks. And then Will was like, "That's my favorite movie, The Miracle on Ice of the '80s hockey team." And I was like,
1980? No, I said 1980s.
No, you
Look
said
at you.
80s.
You
No,
said
I said the
80s.
1980s hockey team.
Yeah, yes.
The
That's what he's
80s.
saying. The 80s.
And
he is saying you should have
1980s.
said 19 AD.
I said 1980s.
But you didn't
He
know
is-
it was
no,
1980.
I
No, you
did
didn't.
know. He was changing it.
I just simply
He's
asked, I said, "Do you
fabricating
know
a
what year
lie.
that happened?" And Will got real like, 1980? I
It
said,
was
"You sure about
1980.
that?" He was like,
Disagree.
It was 1980.
It's sad that
Look.
you have to lie like this to the people.
Well, he does it all the time.
and yet you're backing me up.
Yeah, no, I'm with you on
That's
this.
exactly how it went
disagree.
down.
In
He
this-
didn't even. How are you going to take his side? He didn't know I had a beard, and I've worked here for 4 years.
He listened to the conversation.
Yeah, I was listening.
No, dude,
And
I have a beard. You can
Listen.
see it. He didn't even know. You two are making up lies.
When Ortner
It's sad.
says, when he's, I don't know, I feel like Ortner thinks that the 1980s are the olden days,
Yes.
and so it doesn't really matter the year.
They're 40 years ago.
It's just like, yeah, the olden days, you know.
45.
But it does matter because that was 1980.
I just
The
thought it was
Miracle on Ice.
adorable that he said the 1980s hockey team.
It's sad. It's sad the propaganda that you have to spew.
But to the youngs, 1980s is just, it's all the old, like they don't
Yeah.
need to pinpoint an actual year.
Yes.
Because it's just old.
Yes. So,
Yeah.
I did pinpoint
and
it.
It's like, it happened in the 30s.
well, the
For us.
ultimately the point of that conversation is everything that Will knows about the 1980s hockey team stems from the movie Miracle.
Well,
No, I read a book.
that's fair.
I read a book. And then I watched 30 for 30.
Which might not exactly be the real story, but it is a good movie.
It is February 18, 2025. It's time now for In the News. I am your noted newsman. Hello. Thank you. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, back in the saddle here for you guys and gals,
Leading our news.
you cats and kittens. Isn't that what that,
Yeah, that was
what was her name?
Man, what was that back in the day?
Oh, you crazy cats
Yeah,
and
you
kittens.
cats and kittens. It's like a very 1950s American bandstand sort of thing.
That was the lady from Tiger King, right?
Did she say cats
Yeah.
and kittens?
That's what, yeah. Kittens, yes.
I felt like I don't know, I feel like that's a Grease, like that. Again, that was something that was said on some sort of,
In the olden days.
yeah, in the
like
olden
in the
days.
80s.
Yeah. Well, you cats and kittens. Yeah, that may have been the Tiger lady, that old bitch may have said
Yeah,
that.
the Tiger, no.
Yeah.
Yeah, is that what they called her?
She
The-
wasn't, no, the Tiger King
Carol
was
Baskins.
Carol Baskins.
Yeah, Carol Baskins.
She said, hello, all you cats and kittens.
Yeah, which is creepy. And then she murdered her husband. But
It is Thumb Appreciation Day,
oh,
and you should appreciate your thumbs. You know, as a matter of fact, I was just out with my parents in Salina, the all-American city of Kansas.
they
In
didn't
Kansas.
have thumbs.
Well, my dad, it's very cold out there.
Yeah.
And like shockingly cold. And my dad was saying, you know, as you get, he's 82 now, and he says as you get older, it's weird because his hands were getting cold. We were moving stuff, you know, things.
Sure.
And he said, my hands are getting cold, and I can't feel my thumbs.
Yeah, the circulation goes a little low.
And he said, I am shocked at how often you need your thumbs. You know, he's like, he said this, don't take your thumbs for granted. And I, of course, rolled my eyes, but here today is Thumb Appreciation Day, so let's all appreciate that we have one, or maybe in some instances, two thumbs.
The opposable thumb
Thank you.
is kind of a
It's a big deal.
deal to humanity right there. Without the opposable thumb, we're in some trouble.
Yeah, Carol Baskin said, cool cats and kittens.
Okay.
That's what she said.
Carol Baskins.
Because
That-
she, you know, she had a YouTube
Yeah.
thing,
and then murdered her husband, allegedly.
Yeah.
Hey, don't syndicate.
It is also Pluto Day.
Oh,
Once a part of our solar system,
still is.
it was downgraded to, well, but it was part of our,
Yeah.
they downgraded it to the dwarf planet,
Yeah. It was a planet,
and
then
now
it
it's just a
wasn't.
little bitch planet.
Yeah. Now it's dwarf. Is that
I don't even know what a dwarf planet
Are we
means.
allowed to call things dwarfs anymore? I don't
know.
think you're allowed
Little
to
planet?
use the term dwarf, are you?
You can call it a dwarf planet.
Can you call it a little fella planet? Ah, it's little fella. Rick and Morty did a great bit on. There's a great Rick and Morty Pluto episode over that.
Pluto fact before we get into the news.
I know nothing about Pluto, so please give me a.
Yeah, I got you.
fact.
Well, one, it's so cold on the surface of Pluto that water is rock-like in form.
You mean ice?
Yeah, like glaciers and such.
Why would you say rock-like as opposed to just
Well,
ice?
I think it's even harder than ice. Like,
Wait, you can make ice colder than and like harder than normal ice?
yeah,
Really?
I don't know.
I don't think that's a thing.
Sure.
So if water, all right,
It's so cold.
I need science, bro. Will, you're a teacher, for God's sake.
Oh, don't ask Will.
I know. Will's 2/3 of
You
moron.
guys are idiots.
So water freezes 32 degrees.
Wow.
We go ice. You're telling me that if I take it at 0 degrees, it's harder than it is at 30, and if I go to negative 30, it just keeps getting harder?
I don't know.
Can you make ice colder and harder?
I think you can over
you?
time. Yeah, I think over time as it gets
And it
cold,
becomes rock-like.
It's so cold. Yes, I think you can. I'm gonna go with yes, even though I have no idea. That just
There is
it's
a
fact that I
professor
read.
somewhere that is out there right now that's either that's disgusted with us, or he's about to hit us with some hopefully some
Professors
good
don't listen to us. Also, Pluto is only about 1,400 miles wide.
That's it.
Yeah, it is half the width of the United States.
Get right the hell out of town.
Yeah, it's that small.
That is a bitch little dwarf planet.
Right?
Boy, I would.
So
that
are we a
shocks
planet
me.
then? Is the
I-
U.S. a planet?
Well, no. I would have
We're
never
twice the
guessed.
size of Pluto. Why are we not a planet?
Can I say right now, your hot Pluto fact just that blew my mind.
Yeah, it's tiny, and that's why it's
Yeah.
it's called a dwarf
And
planet.
growing up, I had to deal with that being a planet. I had to memorize that. That's ridiculous.
I know. We only have so much room up in these
Yeah.
pea brains.
Well, remember when you had to do the stupid, didn't you have to make
Yeah,
the,
you had to learn the planets.
Yeah, you had to learn the planets and do the diagram, right?
Yeah.
You had to, you
Oh,
used
yeah.
the little styrofoam balls and all that. You had what?
I
Mercury,
bet you Will doesn't have. But Will's looking at us like he's confused right
You had
now.
Mercury, Venus,
We didn't have.
Earth.
I don't believe they still do that.
Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars.
I don't know.
No, I'm pretty sure of that. And then is Jupiter or Saturn next? I'm confident in my 4.
I think Saturn's 6th.
And then there's Uranus, and then that bitch planet.
Deputies have launched a suspicious death investigation after finding a body on
What?
Sauvie Island.
I would assume anytime you find a body, you probably investigate.
Well, but this is a suspicious death investigation because sometimes it's just up, drown.
You know what they did when they found it? They poked it.
I don't think they did.
When you find a suspicious body, you gotta poke it. You gotta make sure everything's on the up and up.
Well, isn't Sauvie Island? Look, I love Sauvie Island. Visited many times.
Yeah, if you're gonna murder somebody, you go
Yeah,
to Sauvie
isn't
Island.
Sauvie Island kind of like
Yeah, I feel you.
the one of the, like, if I were to say to you, in our surrounding area, up in your neck of the woods in Washington, down to Salem or whatever,
Yeah.
within our general area, what is like not the best place to murder someone, but what do you think would be what location would be the topic of some Dateline?
Sauvie Island.
It's Sauvie Island.
Dateline Sauvie Island. Like if you told
Yeah.
me that something suspicious like washed up or you found it, I'd be like, yeah, Sauvie Island.
Yeah. Or like
It's just, you're,
they
you're-
just murdered someone out there and they can't find the bot. You know,
like when they did a Netflix documentary on that Gabby gal. You know,
I watched that last night.
right? And my man went missing there.
Gabby
in the,
Petito.
Yeah, he went missing in the Everglades. That's like going missing
It's
on a
like that.
inside. It's the same sort of thing. It's
Yeah.
just stuff happens.
And by the way, can we?
We're about to get derailed again.
No, we'll talk about the Gabby Petito documentary
Yeah.
in the club. Okay. I don't want to do that here.
We got
But-
more news to talk
But
about.
am I the only one that was kind of underwhelmed by that story?
Boy. Raise the hand.
Very
on that.
unremarkable.
Who cares? I can't say.
Well, I watched the whole documentary, so obviously I cared.
I did.
But at the end of it, I'm like, that really wasn't that.
I had someone recommend it to me, and let me
Yeah.
tell you,
Are you no longer going to take recommendations from them?
I'll tell you what, that was a damning piece of evidence. Dude, that thing was like, what?
Well, there just wasn't much to that case.
No.
Anyway, we'll talk about that later.
But we
Okay.
found a body on
We got a
Sauvie Island.
body.
We don't know what's happening.
We have a dead.
Poked it with a stick. It seems suspicious, and we have determined that if a body is going to be found, more than likely, Sauvie Island.
That's right. Investigators do not believe there is any danger to the public.
How can they say that?
I don't know how they can say
I
that.
don't like that. You don't know that.
1:15 p.m. yesterday, a report of suspicious circumstances On Northwest Gillahan Road, they found a body on the
Well, if
banks of the
someone-
Willamette River.
If someone died in a suspicious circumstance, how can they say that couldn't happen to me?
It's probably a serial killer out there.
I don't like it. Not one bit.
The other thing about Sauvie Island is like it's kind of creepy out there. You know, it's like
Yeah.
the houses. I mean, I know people live out there. I actually know someone who lives out there,
Yeah,
and they say the community's wonderful, but they just houses are kind of
damn.
tucked away.
I find the whole thing sketchy. Again, I can hear Dateline Sauvie Island. I can hear it. Keith Morrison. Oh no, it was a quiet community.
McMenamins is closing one of its oldest locations, and we have a very Oregon bill up for debate. Coming up next on In the News on the Fan.
This is
This is in the news for Feb 18. How about that? February 18th. Isn't that crazy?
Going fast.
It's a lot, Fauci. How do we feel about the octopus?
Love the octopus.
Would you like to eat octopus?
No, I actually feel bad now.
Oh. After watching Octopus.
My octopus teacher.
Yeah.
And I'm still convinced that guy wanted to do it with the octopus, but that was a little weird. But after seeing that, and then I kind of fell down a rabbit hole of the octopus, I now feel guilty about eating octopus.
Do you feel that way when you drop the lobster in the pot? Or,
Yes.
Yeah.
See,
I do
it jams me up.
I don't like it.
No.
I don't like it.
Or
Or the crab, as it were.
Yeah, I struggle with
So
it.
it's all in the same category for you?
Yeah. I feel that way about pigs too, and yet
Yeah, but we don't
know.
slaughter our own pigs, really, most of us.
No. But I am jammed up. The octopus seems to be beyond intelligent.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Well, there is a bill, and this is a very Oregon bill, right?
Of course it is.
Oregon is behind this, and it's just very on brand. We soon could become the third U.S. state to ban octopus farming,
Oh.
creating a blockade, on the West Coast against that practice. So they have introduced House Bill 2557. It would prohibit the raising and selling of farmed octopi for human consumption in the state of Oregon.
I'm for that because again,
So you got to fly in the octopus. Now, see, octopus is delicious.
it's going to get expensive, but I'm okay
Exactly.
with that. I'm that way. What was the? Is it foie gras?
Fragua.
Yeah, the same thing. Like,
What is that?
well, that's where they take geese and they literally force feed them until it
that's
bursts.
right. We talked about that.
And then they eat the fatty liver, and you get the pate.
Yeah, it's not good.
No, it's just really bad. And I understand, like, there's farming in general, like animal farming is cruel, but I guess you got to draw the line somewhere. And taking an animal that's so intelligent and like, it seems wrong. It seems wrong. So I'm all for this.
They're not messing around out here. Washington, you guys up there were the first.
Okay.
February of last year to ban octopus farming, and California followed suit. And Oregon, I'm sure, will do the same.
Yeah. But you can still have calamari. You can still eat the squid.
They say it's unethical. According to the spokesman, it says, we are coming to understand more and more that octopuses are intelligent, curious creatures.
Yes.
In nature, the octopus is a solitary creature, viewing other octopuses as threats. Cramming a large number of them into small pools together would be cruel and cause significant stress.
Yeah, again, it just seems like it's animal torture. And again, I'm a meat eater, so my hypocrisy knows no
By the
bounds.
way-
You don't need to do it in the cruelest way possible.
You know how they kill them?
Do I want to know?
Well, probably not. But
What do they do?
they place them in tanks containing ice water.
And it just freezes them.
That's how they kill them.
Is that humane then? I guess they just.
I don't think so.
I
Well, how do you... I mean,
don't. I just.
you slaughter is slaughter.
They slaughter is slaughter. I know. I just. Every bit about me wants to be a
I'm with you
vegetarian.
on this.
I want to be a vegetarian, and yet I am so weak, and meat is delicious. So I don't want to think about it because it bothers me.
My saving grace in the world
Mm-hmm.
is that I'm dumb.
Yes.
And I don't have those feels. Like, I don't want to eat the octopus, but I'm so dumb
Yeah.
that I can order the octopus and eat it and never think
About it.
about
Yeah.
that being a smart creature that was under the sea doing cool things.
And I'm that way about a lot of things, but once it's rattling around in there, then
But I don't like it when, like, my wife not too long ago bought live lobster, and she brought him home, and I don't like that where I'm witnessing the murder.
Yes.
I'm not down for that.
So someone's saying if you have a stupid octopus, it's okay to farm it. Yeah, just get
Yeah, the
dumber-
dumb ones,
Get
yeah.
dumb ones. that
So
don't
we
know
have to
any
go down there with IQ tests.
Find the dumb.
Wouldn't
guys.
that be a bit on Portlandia?
Yeah, that would be. Well, you've seen the Portlandia bit where the farm to table and you have to fight, like they have
Yeah.
a profile of the chicken.
Of the chicken, yeah. What was the chicken's name?
That
And
was
then they go meet the chicken.
Yeah, that
and
was a great
Then they
episode.
come back and
Yeah.
order like the.
Yeah. That was a good one.
That's good times. That's all we have time for. McMinimans is closing one of its oldest locations. I will have that for you on tomorrow's ITN.
I saw that. I haven't been there in 15 years.
That is in the news for Feb 18, 2025, brought to you by the Advocates, injury attorneys at advocateslaw.com. The Hot 5 at 5 is next on The Fan.
You now have a friend in the
Now, from the Fan Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
First on The Fan, some news over in the MLB regarding free agency. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. and the Blue Jays failed to come to terms on a contract extension. He had a Monday night deadline. That's going to pave the way for him to become a free agent at the end of the season in November. Guerrero plans to cut off contract talks for the rest of the year, and he does plan on becoming a 25-year-old free agent. Former Mariner Justin Turner and the Chicago Cubs have agreed to a one-year, $6 million contract. Turner split time between the Blue Jays and Mariners last season. He was hitting .259, and he added in 11 home runs. Big Tuesday night in college hoops. It's halftime right now in East Lansing. The number 14 Michigan State Spartans, they're up 33-31 on number 13 Purdue. Just getting underway. Iowa State, they're the number 8 team in the country. They're down 2-0 to Colorado. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Will Ortner at the Fan Sports Desk. Listen live or on demand on the Odyssey app, the Fan's desktop player, or tell your smart speaker to play 1080 The Fan.
One number does it all for contests and texting your favorite fan shows. The Vancouver Ford Text
I'm miserable. I had to get up at 10 o'clock this morning.
Jason Sakanik.
I'm a dude playing a dude disguised as another dude.
Primetime on 1080 The Fan.
All right, welcome back. Hope you're having a nice little Tuesday. It is your Sports Bros, Rob.
Dead sir.
That's me, Big Six right over there.
Dude.
We've also got Will Ortner in today for Ryan Buckley, who is expected to return to our broadcast tomorrow. I did just text with Mr. Buckley.
And it makes me sad.
And he did bet on TGL tonight. He laid the money, the minus 175 on New York, and he is currently up 5-0.
It's New York versus what? Tigers team, right?
Yeah,
Jupiter or
Tigers
whatever?
team is absolutely dreadful. That's Jupiter.
Yeah.
And they have Kevin Kisner and Tiger on the same team, and that is not going well for them.
Well, I saw it today because it was on that old Charlie Woods was walking in there with him.
Mhm.
But because Tiger Woods has a daughter too. Does he
Yeah.
just hate her? Is she?
No, she's
I've never
around.
seen her once.
Yeah, she's with him. She was with him at the was it the last match, that they played?
Yeah.
Those little stupid matches they do in Vegas,
Yeah.
He was in one, and
Okay,
she was riding
there?
in the cart with him, and yeah, she's around.
I was
She's a
gonna
good
say,
golfer too.
A lot of Charlie Woods. Don't see a lot of
Well, I think-
whatever the hell her name is.
Well, the sexist media
Mm.
covers Charles more than her. I don't even know
we
her
don't
name.
even know her name
I mean,
is.
we're so sexist. We're falling into the trap of this American sexism.
I just thought about that. It's like every time I see Charlie Woods, who is not very good at golf, but we're still trying to make him good at golf. He's the Bronny James of the golf world. And I'm like, what happened to the other Tiger Woods kid? And is she ever like, hey, what the hell, man?
We
About
have
me?
I'm going to jot this down for my notes. It just jogged my memory. We had a somewhat sexist moment at the house today.
Did you?
Yeah.
You sexist son of a bitch.
Well,
Were you called out for it?
no, I'm the hero.
Oh, you're the hero of the
You know
story.
why? Because I'm the man. No,
Oh, boy.
no, I'm the hero. It's a whole thing. I'll have to tee it up for you.
At the club.
I'm going to put it in my notes, and we're going to talk about
Go ahead
it.
and jot that down, please.
Because my wife, and she's pretty sensitive about it, and I understand why,
Oh, boy.
but she had to take an L today. She had to take an L.
Did you gloat a little?
No, again, this does not really involve me other than me being a hero.
I'm just saying if she took an L, I was just wondering it. Because already I could see you're a little cocky
no,
there.
It's not me. It's
All right.
it's someone else.
Okay. Hey, we've all had to take that L
And
sometimes.
she took the L.
It happens.
Coming up this hour, we're going to talk about Tyreek Hill v. Noah Lyles.
Mhm.
And then we have I saw a nugget on Coach Prime that I'd like to bring to your attention,
Let's do it.
if I may. So that's coming up. In the club, we're going to talk about cold temperatures and tough start to the year for air travel and all that. But
yeah. Have you seen the video coming out of?
Toronto.
Dude, that's insane.
It is insane. No one died. How does no one die?
I cannot process that.
So we'll get to that coming up 6 and 7 right now. They hot 5 at 5.
Hot topics, hot opinions,
Oh, Charlie, I'm hot today.
and hot air. It's time for the Hot 5 at 5.
That's hot.
The Hot 5 at 5 on Primetime with Isaac and Sue.
No, I mean it. That's very hot.
The Hot 5 at 5 with Isaac and Sue. Brought to you on The Fan by Victorico's Mexican Food. Discover Victorico's new savory menu items. Order in-store, online, or get it delivered straight to your door at victoricos.com.
Spit on that.
Number 5.
Well, really big news here, guys, as the Carolina Panthers have re-signed backup quarterback Andy Dalton
Yeah.
to a 2-year deal.
Well, supposedly he's got a really good rapport with Bryce Young. And so I think, one, it's always good to have a backup quarterback. Two, no one knows if Bryce Young is ever going to be any good, although he showed signs. And I guess he is a stabilizing force inside there. So whatever was working there to get Bryce Young to turn it around, keep that going.
Would you like to guess the career earnings of one Andy Dalton, the Red Rocket?
I'll bet you it's the Red Rifle. It's not the Red
Oh,
Rocket.
sorry.
The Red Rocket is something completely different.
That's
and
a
is
dog's penis.
That is a dog's penis.
My bad.
He
Sorry
is
about
not
that.
a dog's dong.
Right.
No.
As far as we know.
I'm going to say, I'll bet you it's significant.
Well, okay. What do you got?
$95 million.
$110 million that dude has
Good
made.
to be the Red Rifle
Can you believe that?
and not the Red Rocket. Although maybe it is good to be a Red Rocket. I don't know.
5 different teams. That's crazy.
You get the bulk of it in Cincinnati. I mean, he was the
Number
starter in
4.
Cincinnati for a while.
He was actually
Yeah, he was good.
pretty good.
Yes, he was a solid quarterback.
Big blow to number 3 Duke. They continue to run roughshod through the ACC. Top reserve Malik Brown goes down with a dislocated shoulder.
You're saying for the year, right?
Yeah, he's going to be out a while. Syracuse transfer, second on the team in steals, third in blocks. We have a top 25 matchup in the Big Ten tonight as Purdue is visiting Michigan State, and they are at the half. Sparty leads 33-31. The Ducks are back in action tomorrow at Iowa on the Fan.
You'll hear it right here at 5 o'clock.
Yeah.
No, hot 5 at 5 tomorrow for us.
Well, no, the Hot 5 at 5 will be scalding because it will be Joey Mack with Oregon-Iowa pregame.
I don't even know if I can handle that. That's temperature of the sun type scalding behavior right
And
there.
look, it should be mentioned here. We talked about it at the start of the show. Kansas BYU on the hardwood tonight.
Yeah. Hey,
It's the show rivalry.
What happened last year? We took you down.
Yeah, well, you'll probably take us down again. 'Cause
Believe
we're
it or
not
not,
very good.
BYU
Hey.
in this game favored by what?
They
3
are
points?
by 3. Yeah.
By the way, I'm not.
Kansas
betting.
sucks.
I'm not betting on that.
I also have I'm on this email list
Yeah.
of this guy named Mike Vernon, and he's a KU insider.
I thought you were talking about Mike Vernon, the hockey goalie.
And he just sent out a thing about how apparently after the last game, Kansas lost to Utah. Apparently, it all came to a head, and the players confronted the coaching staff.
Oh boy.
So
Yeah,
it is not good.
A little mutiny there in Lawrence.
Mini mutiny. He said it was intense.
Huh. Hey, at least it's not in Lawrence because right now it's 0 degrees in Lawrence.
So either Kansas wins by 30
Yeah.
or BYU wins by 60.
You're not able to handle our 4 whites. Are you kidding me? You got a Russian? You're going down.
Former Mariner great Justin Turner signs a 1-year, $6 million deal with the Cubs.
He's 40 years old.
Yeah, he's old.
He's still getting. Hey,
Also called the Red Rocket.
he's getting $6 million bucks. Dude, it's good to be Justin Turner.
And the Angels announced Mike Trout moving to right field in order to preserve his body.
Yeah.
The Jays and Vlad Jr. couldn't figure it out, so that paves the way for him to hit free agency this November.
That's going to be a big old payday.
Toronto said they offered him a record-setting deal. He says, well, they have their numbers and I have mine.
He's a Boris guy, too.
So
Did
he'll...
you see Devers, too, refused to move from third and DH?
Yeah, that's his bag.
He just,
Screw you, Bregman.
They sent Bregman. He said, I'm not moving. It's my position. They said, what about DH? And he said, no. Didn't even wait for the interpreter. No.
Luka and the Lakers visit Portland on Thursday. First game after the All-Star break for the Blazers, who suddenly lost 3 in a row.
Yeah, may not have LeBron. There's a whisper out there that they may sit LeBron against the Hornets and the Blazers to give him extra rest. So
yeah, so the Lakers are supposed to play. So they will be on a back-to-back. They're
Yes.
supposed to lace them up tomorrow against Charlotte. 8 teams currently have a worse record than Portland.
So we
in
will
the
see. 'Cause
NBA.
the last couple of seasons after the All-Star break, the cord officially got yanked out of the wall. So we shall see how
We shall see.
how hard we pull on this cord.
Let's do it.
Number 1.
We're spitting on things?
Yeah.
Number 1.
Today marks the opening of the NFL's franchise tag window. So from now through March 4th, all teams can tag one of their free agents. 9 teams used the tag last year. So it's a 1-year tender. It's worth either the average of the top 5 salaries at that player's position or 120% of the player's most recent salary. Most likely to be tagged, Sam Darnold of the Vikings. Tagged today already was Cincinnati wide receiver T. Higgins.
And his mom, his second year in a row, by the way, for T. Higgins. And his mom went to Instagram and said, "You selfish bastards." T's not happy. Now, you can sign the tag and then negotiate a contract or a trade. We'll see what happens. Cincinnati has said that their intention is to try to keep all 3 of their big star players to go around Joe Burrow. A lot of people in the NFL say that's not going to happen. And it's dumb that Cincinnati keeps doing this because then they have to take the full $26 million cap hit at once as opposed to spreading it out by signing them to a large deal.
There's your Hot 5. It's brought to you by Victor Rico's Mexican Food, a hit with the whole family. Order in-store, online, or delivered to your door at victorricos.com. When you think of flavor, think of Victor Rico's. So a little nugget on Coach Prime I'd like to bring to your attention, if I may.
Yeah.
We'll do that next on The Fan. We are talking sport with you here on 1080 The Fan. Colorado coach Deion Sanders.
Yes.
Back in the news.
So he was back to saying he could never coach in the NFL after
Yeah.
attempting to coach in the NFL. But
Yeah, you wonder how that all went down.
Yeah.
Well, he always says that. He says he doesn't want to coach in the NFL because he thinks players are spoiled and won't practice hard.
yeah, but then like when money comes up, everyone's like, "Oh yeah, he's interested in the Cowboys job and he would take it if offered."
Well, I think he even said, wasn't he the one that, to his credit, he got out in front of it and said, "Yeah, I am talking to Dallas."
I don't remember that. I just know that there were people saying that if that job is offered to him, he would take it for a number. It's just that Jerry's cheap ass won't pay.
Yeah,
it.
he did. Yeah, he hit social media with it. He said, "Look, I am not shopping around.
Yeah.
I'm my feet sees
8 toes down. As we
that's
like
right,
to say.
because he's missing 2 toes.
He's missing 2 toes.
8 toes down in Boulder, but Dallas. I think he sent out there. He said, "Yeah, Dallas called and it was an interesting conversation, something to that effect."
Yeah.
So he was interested in that because
Sure.
it's the Cowboys.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's the
But Jerry lowballed
the
him.
most expensive franchise in the world. Why wouldn't you at least listen?
But he said this little nugget I read today. I didn't know this. Apparently, he's done this the whole time at Colorado.
Mhm.
He has never made an in-home visit.
No,
Did you know that?
I did know that. Doesn't believe in him.
He doesn't believe in them.
No.
And he also doesn't visit high schools.
No. That's why a lot of people don't take him seriously, in that he kind of doesn't really buy into the whole high school thing. He believes in the transfer portal, and they just don't think it's a real sustainable model. And this was like Joe Paterno got murdered for this. Supposedly at the end, Joe Paterno wouldn't go on home visits, and people crucified him for it. Terrell Pryor was from Pennsylvania, and I guess it was like an hour and a half or 2-hour drive from State College, and Joe Paterno wouldn't go visit him. And I guess the family was like, "Well, dude, F you. Like, we're not going
But
there."
that was a different time. Like you had to make that trip if you wanted that quarterback. You don't have to do that anymore.
Boy, I don't know.
Does he wait? So are you telling me that he only gets transfers?
Well, he gets transfers, and I mean, they get high school kids, but I mean, he obviously leans, and because they got a high school quarterback that was a USC flip. But yeah, they are 100% heavy portal as opposed to high school rankings.
But so he's still not, even for the high school kids that he does get, he makes them come to Boulder. He does not.
No.
He does not go visit them.
Does not go visit them.
He said, so I have his quote here. He says, it says, instead of the standard practice of visiting the homes and high schools of recruits and having those recruits visit his campus too, Sanders has used his national fame to lure in recruits to meet him on campus only.
Yeah.
He even recently started a weekly entertainment talk show on Tubi to help reach recruits and their families another way on their screens.
But can I?
He says, well, let me give you his quote here.
Yeah, give me the quote.
He says, quote, "That's how I recruit. I don't go to nobody's school or nobody's house. I'm not doing that. I'm too old to be going to somebody's school, somebody's house. All the kids that I'm recruiting, as a matter of fact, they're in the transfer portal. They're grown men with kids. They don't need me to come around their crib and try to convince them to come play for me. Nah."
Yeah. See, and this is why I ultimately don't take him seriously.
End quote.
Yes. So, I mean, just
Well, he's done a pretty good job with that so far.
has he?
But I do see. Well, I think he has. Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, because everybody said he was. Listen, let's give him credit, or let's be fair to him. At the start of this year, everyone thought that was going to be a disaster,
yes,
and it wasn't.
it was not. But
he was in the running for the Big 12 Coach of the Year.
and yet they won nothing. I would also like to point out that from a recruiting standpoint, not transfer portal, do you know where they ranked in Big 12 recruiting last year, this class that just signed?
This says 27th.
No, this was for this year in the Big 12. There's 16 teams in the Big 12.
Yeah,
Just high school.
Oh, in the Big 12. Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm reading it at the same time, but not nationally. You're saying Big 12.
Big 12.
12.
16 teams.
I would imagine because you're trying to make a point that it's 12.
16.
Oh, damn.
There's 16 teams in the Big 12. They're 16th. In the 2025 class coming up here, this next run, they are currently 37th.
But that doesn't take into account
It does
transfer.
not take into account transfer.
Well,
portal.
and that's what he says. He's like, I'm doing this all off of transfers.
And I believe that this ultimately will crash and burn in a colossal failure.
All right, well, we'll see.
So,
But
I'm just saying, this is like when everyone else Ohio State, Oregon, LSU, Michigan, Georgia, Nick Saban, for God's sakes. When they all do it, and now you've got Dion being like, yeah, I'm not doing it that way. I'm doing it this way. I'm sorry, you're not an innovator. I think you're kind of a dumbass. And obviously you've done it in 2 years there. You've made the program somewhat relevant. You have.
Well, he's using his name.
He's using his
like
name.
not everybody could do this.
No.
Because he's prime, he thinks he can do this.
Yeah.
And he's had some success doing it. I mean, this says that this is why I said 27th. 17 transfers, 14 high school recruits. Total, the recruiting class is 27th nationally.
Because of the transfer portal.
Yeah. But I mean, still, it doesn't, like, we shouldn't take that away. If that's his route, or route, as it were, if he still ends up, no matter how he gets there, with the 27th nationally ranked recruiting class at Colorado, that's pretty good.
I guess.
That's pretty good.
I guess.
It is.
Yeah.
How is it not for Colorado?
Again, from where they're at, but I would also, again, their best win, this is like two things can be true at the same time. I'm not trying to crap all over Deion Sanders, but people make this out to be this Herculean sort of thing that he's done. His best win there is probably Utah. I mean, Oklahoma State, which were bad teams last year. He has not beat anybody.
Well, he's got some buzz.
Okay, and now you've lost Travis Hunter, and you lost Shadur Sanders.
Yeah,
that obviously came. So
yeah, that's the
I'll
interesting
just
part.
be interested to see where this goes. I am still willing to wager that the way he is attempting to do this is going to be a unmitigated disaster. And this was a little bit, and look, I ate my crow last year, and I was like, dude, that is way better than anyone thought. And towards the end of the year, they were a solid team. Didn't go anywhere. Lost to BYU in the bowl game. Thank you. But obviously he did a nice job of stabilizing that program from where it was at. But we said this exact same thing with Herm Edwards when he first got there. We're like, oh my God, he took a really weird, funky approach. It didn't make sense to anyone, but they're like, all right. And for a year or two, it was okay. And then it went into the side of the mountain. I still firmly believe that the way he is going about doing this and relying so heavily on the transfer portal and just using his name and that, and not spending any time recruiting into the high school ranks and trying to grow and develop a team from within, I believe that this will crash and burn. And we'll still see what happens now, because I do think that Travis Hunter and his son kept that program. I think they did a lot of heavy lifting, and I will be very, very interested to see where it goes this year.
Yeah, I don't know if it'll crash and burn. You may be right. I would say I think he can do it this way because he already has. It's just I don't know that they'll ever be great that way.
And that's my point, is I think if he actually cared and were actually to put effort into it and, I don't know, recruit and try something, to say that you're too old and I ain't doing it that way, it fascinates me. I mean, that takes some balls, and I'll give him that. That
You
man
think he's
has,
kind of lazy?
I do. I think this is, that to me speaks of someone that
He wants to coach but doesn't want to do it.
Yes.
He doesn't want to go all in.
Yes. His thing is, I am so famous and I have such a name that I think I can get by doing it this way, as opposed to, and it also leads me to believe that he's not going to be long for that program. Because I've said it, it's fine if you want to go out and look, Oregon fills holes with the transfer portal, Alabama does, everybody. But to say that is basically how you are going to construct your roster, is this constant turnover and bringing in transfer kids, I do not believe that will be something that you can have long-term success with. I still think the meat and potatoes of your team has to be a developmental program, bringing kids up through the ranks, especially along the O&D lines. And I will be fascinated to see how this works.
So how unusual is Dion's recruiting approach, never having gone on an in-home visit? This, according to USA Today, Brian Kelly of LSU made 257 off-campus recruiting contacts from December of 2022 to early February of 2024.
Dion's never done one.
And that included 46 home visits.
Well, and again, I bet you if you asked, and he would never say this, he wouldn't talk about it, but I'm guessing that can we admit that Dan Lanning has done a nice job at Oregon?
Well, yeah.
I'm guessing that, and Dan Lanning puts together a top 5 recruiting class. I'm guessing that if you went to Dan Lanning and said,
You no longer do in-home visits, or
I bet he would. Or he said, "Can you believe in today's day and age, 2025, that there is a Power 4 coach that does not believe in going to visit kids?" I bet you he would laugh his ass off. And I bet you could say that about Kirby Smart. I bet you could say it about Lane Kiffin. You say it about any of those guys. So does he really think, is his ego that big?
the answer to that is yes.
And well, there you go. And so to me, if you ask me why I think that thing will crash and burn, right there. When your ego is so great that you do not feel the need to do something that every other big time coach and national championship winning coaches, the Ryan Days of the world, and that's why, like, a little bit like the Dabo thing, I said the same thing when Dabo was like, we're not really about the transfer portal at all. I'm like, well, all right, well, you get ready to fall behind then, because the transfer portal works and every school is using it. And when you are the one that is, you say, nope, we're going to do something completely different. You can say in one way that makes you like an innovator, but at some point you're just a dumbass. That's like saying, like, best practices. Like, it'd be like if you were you're a pro golfer, you're like, you know what? I don't really believe in practicing.
Nice.
I know everyone else practices, but I just have all this natural talent.
I don't get a lot out of it.
Yeah, I don't. I'm done with it.
I'll be out there on
Yeah. Hey, do you want to go to Augusta and play the course before the Masters? Why? No, I'm fine. I don't need that.
Do you think that I'm only just now thinking of this because you brought up Dan Lanning, but do you think that all that bit, because the talk with your helmet, and he was like, when they killed Colorado 2 years ago.
Yeah.
You wonder if that had something to do with it. Like, Lanning was looking at him going, dude, come on, man.
I guarantee it.
You won't even do in-home visits. We're going
Yes.
to kick your ass.
Yes. I'm guessing that behind the scenes,
They're fighting for clicks, we're fighting for wins.
and whether you want to call it jealousy or you want to call it sour grapes, you can call it whatever you want. I'll bet you that right there, I bet you that pisses a lot of people off, because I do think that those coaches spend as much, if not more, time on that recruiting stuff than anything else.
And the idea hate doing it.
And the idea that someone says, too old for that crap, I don't need to do any of that, and then tries to go out and kind of do the, look, that guy makes a lot of waves and ruffles a lot of feathers, and I think that plays a role in it. And yes, if I was a coach that put in that amount of time, I absolutely would want to make a statement by kicking that dude's teeth in on the field and then doing the fighting for clicks thing.
I will say this about Prime. He certainly doesn't care about having a target on his back.
No, he does not. And that's where I will say the one thing I respect about Deion Sanders is that dude is himself. And he'll be good and damned if he's going to change for everybody or anybody. But I ultimately don't know how you can be successful in that world.
All right, Lyles v. Hill.
Yeah.
We have a race.
Yeah, we do.
I mean, they are going to race.
There's a race. There's a fight. We got all kinds of stuff coming up.
We're going to get to that coming up next. Here's Will.
Now, from the Fan Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Sports Center is brought to you by Vulcan Design and Construction. Check out their award-winning outdoor living designs or schedule your free design consultation at vulcandc.com. First on The Fan, we got a couple college basketball games going on right now in Connecticut. It is 62-58. UConn is up over Villanova. This is important as both teams are battling for a bye in the first round of the Big East tournament. Some other games that are going on in the second half right now. Just starting in Florida, the number 2 Gators are up 46-24 over Oklahoma. And in a much tighter game, number 21 Mississippi State, they're up 38-34 over number 7 Texas A&M. That game is at home. There is 15:47 left to go in the half in that one. Later on tonight at 6, you got the 23rd ranked Kansas Jayhawks taking on the BYU Cougars. BYU is favored by 2.5 at home in that one. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Will Ortner at the Fan Sports Desk. Listen live or on demand on the Odyssey app, the Fan's desktop player, or tell your smart speaker to play 1080 The Fan.
Jump back to earlier parts of your favorite fan show.
discussing this little racy race back when Tyreek Hill challenged Noah Lyles.
Yeah.
Well, a little development.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to race.
Yeah, and Tyreek Hill's going to get smoked.
I have the odds here.
Okay. It's like when dumbasses were betting on Mike Tyson over Jake Paul. You're about to lose some money.
Now, you remember Michael Johnson. So, if you don't know who Noah Lyles is, he's the U.S.'s fastest man.
Yes.
He's our Olympian who won the gold in the 100 meters.
Yeah, and then I think with he was like deathly ill, right?
He had the COVID.
Did he win the bronze, I think, in the 200? Or was it the 400?
2.
2?
2.
Yeah.
Says young Will Erner.
And yeah, he likes to stir up the pot too. Remember, he's the one that made
Noah,
fun of
yeah.
Yeah, he made fun of the NBA.
Yeah. Well, Michael Johnson raced Donovan Bailey
Mm-hmm.
back in the day, who was the Canadian.
Yeah.
And that's the one where Michael Johnson came up lame.
Mm-hmm. Pulled a hammy.
Well, it was a fake injury. He was getting his ass kicked.
Yeah. It's like,
Oh, I'm hurt. My arm. So this one, of course, Tyreek Hill of football fame, Noah Lyles. I mean, it used to be that the fastest man in the U.S. was kind of a coveted title.
Yes.
But people don't really seem to care anymore.
Well, I don't know.
So this might be a great thing for Noah Lyles.
I would assume that this is going to be a big deal for Noah Lyles. Usain Bolt was the fastest man in the world, and that was a big deal. So it still matters.
But that's the world.
That's the world.
And he was setting records.
Yes.
The U.S.'s fastest man used to be a big deal.
Yes.
It is just not as much anymore. As a matter of fact, you could probably line up a lot of sports fans who don't even know who Noah Lyles is.
Yeah, that's probably true.
But if you took his medals and, I don't know, Michael Johnson or, go through all the years of all the guys who had that title.
Yeah, Noah Lyles did not strike the chord that some of the others have.
No, I don't know why, because he's as outspoken as any of them.
I know. I don't know why that is. Because, sprinters in the past, and we've seen it with, figure skaters and gymnasts. Simone Biles was a huge deal. Winning a 100-meter dash at the Olympics and being an American should lead you to fame and fortune, and I don't think it really did with him.
Well, maybe it will with this.
It's possible.
So sportsbetting.ag, I guess, has the odds.
Yeah.
So are you ready?
And then we still don't know how. They said between 40 and 100 meters.
Yeah,
right?
they don't know. So they've placed the odds on, because if they run 100 meters, Tyreek Hill has no chance.
Zero chance.
But so they're saying that if they run
the shorter distance,
40,
the better chance, right?
40 yards,
Yeah.
right? And in that instance, Tyreek Hill could have a chance. So here's what they've done. They've broken the odds down into three different sections. One is if they run 100 or more yards, Noah Lyles is minus 1,000.
Yeah. Meaning
you have to bet $1,000 to win $1.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah, $1. Or is it $100?
I think
no,
it's
$100.
I think it's $100 at 1,000.
What am I talking about?
Yeah.
Tyreek Hill is plus 550.
Yeah.
So if you bet 100, you'll win 550.
Yes.
That's the odds if they run 100 or more yards. If they run between 61 and 99 yards, Lyles is only a minus 300 favorite.
Really?
Yeah. And Hill is plus 200. So if you bet 100, you win 200 on Hill if he wins. And then 59 or fewer yards, Lyles is down to minus 130, and Hill is minus 110.
I could care less at what distance they race. That's the fastest man in the world, and all he does for a living is run in a straight line. Tyreek Hill is going to get dusted. So
you going to bet it?
Yeah, I will. If they do this, I will go ahead and load up on. Although not if the odds are that skewed, but
they're not really that skewed.
If it is a somewhat reasonable odd, I will place a significant wager on Noah Lyles.
I mean, they're not really that skewed based on what you're saying. So you can get Lyles, depending, again, it depends on how how far they run. You can get Lyles at minus 130 or minus 300.
Yeah.
It's not that skewed.
No, Noah Lyles will dust him. So yes, I will be, if they follow through with this, I will be betting on Noah Lyles. Again, this is stupid, like athletic bravado. This is like Chad Johnson is this way. Chad Johnson thinks that like he's like an MMA fighter, and like everyone that like plays a sport thinks that because they're good at that sport, it translates into other things, and it does not. Again, you are talking about the fastest man in the world. That is all he does, and he is he's the best in the world at it. Tyreek Hill like ran in college and wasn't even great in college. Like he was a college sprinter. Like that
Where was he?
Well, he started at Oklahoma State and then he got kicked out because I think he threw his girlfriend down some steps. And then
You're
he
not
ended up
supposed to do that. I don't.
Yeah, you're not supposed to do that. And then he ended up at like some smaller college in Louisiana. So it's just it's silly. So
Well, I think they should race with boxing gloves on
that would be something.
and then fight after they cross the finish line. That's what I think they should do. I'm in. I'll watch.
Yeah. Well, and so Mahomes' dad is gonna fight John Rocker too.
What?
Yeah.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
No, I didn't see that.
Yeah.
I know they got in a fight in New Orleans.
They had to come out and admit that that's staged.
Oh,
So-
that was a bit for their fight.
Yeah. So his dad, that was a potential probation violation for all the Deweys, and so the dad had to come out and admit that it was a staged stunt to promote the fight.
Wait, is he lying about that? In other words, like he's just trying to avoid that being a.
No, most people thought that was a put on anyways, and then they had to come out and be like, it was.
Wait a minute. So John Rocker,
Yes.
the old racist baseball player,
Yes.
who nobody's heard from in years,
Yes.
he is going to fight
Yes.
the father of Patrick Mahomes.
Yes.
And why?
Because they hated each other when they played, and apparently there's still some sort of rivalry, and I don't know, but that somehow Barstool got involved, and they do a rough and rowdy where they do like a smoker down in West Virginia, where it's just a bunch of fat dudes and idiots get together and wildly swing on each other. And so John Rocker and Pat Mahomes Sr., until Pat Mahomes Jr. steps in and is like, you are not effing doing this, they are going to fight at the next rough and rowdy in West Virginia.
Oh, somebody brings up a good point. They're saying it might not be a straight race.
What do you mean?
In other words, it might not be just a straight.
Well, if you ran a 200, then there would be a curve to it. But
I saw something. They wouldn't run a 200 because that's Lyles' actual event. Like he gets faster the longer the distance between the 100 and 200. I saw that they were talking about base pass, like
yeah,
running.
So there you go.
From home plate
There
to
you
home.
go.
Because I want to say Tyreek Hill broke the record.
So that changes things.
he broke what record?
I guess there's a record for how fast you've gone home to home, and he broke it or something. I saw something like that on Twitter.
So just let you know, so a 40-yard dash. So what's Tyreek Hill run the 40 into the combine?
I don't know
4.4?
that he went to the combine.
Okay, I'm sure he runs a 4.4, maybe a 4.3, right? Whatever. No, so in the 100-meter, it's not yards. So 40 yards is like 36 and a half meters, right? So they broke that down. Do you know what Noah Lyles in a race typically runs 40 yards at? 36 and a half meters, what they clock him at. And by the way, he's not even trying, like that's just him coming out of the blocks and he's running his race. He gets faster as it goes. Would you care to guess?
I know Tyreek Hill's. It's a 4.29.
Okay.
I would
You know what
assume Noah
Lyles-
is closer to a 4.15.
He runs it in about 3.88.
Wow.
So, I mean, and again, that's not him. He's saving something in the tank, obviously. He's getting up to speed. He's not even known for being a quick starter. He's known as someone that gets faster as it goes, and he runs a 3.88 to a 3.9 at roughly 36 and a half meters, which would be 40 yards.
They are saying that just the other day, Tyreek Hill set the new world record for the fastest time around Major League Baseball bases.
Okay.
And then they're showing a video of it, and it's 12.06 seconds.
Yeah.
And it was set in 1932. And he did it, but he's doing it on, like
Turf?
it's not AstroTurf, but
Yeah.
it's, the new.
Yeah, the field turf.
Yeah. So there's no dirt.
Yeah.
Or anything like that.
Yeah.
But there's video of him setting the world record for that.
Yeah, well, there's
And they also said,
there's videos of Noah Lyles racing every fastest man on the planet and winning. And
that's a good argument.
Imagine not trying to run a 40-yard dash, casually going out at the NFL Combine and being like, yeah, I know this isn't my jam or anything, and clocking a nice 3.9 and being like, hey, is that fast?
Well, they also said in high school, Hill came within 1/100th of a second of setting the national high school record for the 200.
And yet,
A
Noah
record
Lyles,
that had stood for 30 years.
and yet Noah Lyles came within no seconds because he won
broke
the
that.
gold medal and broke.
Well, no, Noah Lyles, he broke that in 2016.
What are we doing?
But still, I mean, that
What?
kind of
No,
close.
It's not.
Kind of close.
It's not.
1/100th. Come on, dude, that's close.
Yeah, that's the high school record.
No, it was the national high school record.
school.
Yeah, and
Okay.
Lyles is the one that broke that.
And then he went on and got old and kept getting better. What is our
I'm
fascination
betting on Tyreek.
with taking,
Spite you.
what is our fascination with trying to make, not amateur, because he is an amateur runner. What is our fascination with amateur people competing against the
don't know.
best in the world at something?
I think it's just the appeal of two different disciplines
Yeah.
coming together for one thing. It's just the appeal of seeing it happen.
Yeah.
Like how it's the you're inquisitive. Like you're like, wow, Tyreek's really fast. How would that compare to the fastest in the world? Well, I guess we get to find out, and that's interesting.
That's interesting, huh?
I guess that's what it is.
Yeah.
It's kind of like the idea of Bill Murray always had the idea is that sports would be a lot better if you had one average
just
Joe
average dude.
participating,
Yeah.
so you could see the baseline of just an average guy doing the same thing that the athletes are doing.
Yeah.
That would be cool. That's actually a great idea because then it's like, wow, I have a real appreciation for Anthony Edwards when I watch Big Sook out there chucking threes and getting swatted.
Well, that's what you see. Like when you watch, you missed the Celebrity All-Star game while you were gone.
Thank God.
But I pointed out
Who played?
Drewski played.
Yeah,
Kyle
it was a
Sinat,
bunch of people you've never heard
Drewski.
Is there anybody I would have heard of?
of. Shabuzi.
Okay.
Leaf Schreiber's brother.
Brother, not Leaf Schreiber, but his
Yeah,
brother.
but he was in the second season of The Wire. He's like the main character.
Okay, didn't watch The Wire, but
But I made the point
so
of
nobody.
there is no sport that every Tom, Dick, and Harry, and I mean every one of those dumbasses out there, thinks that they look good and athletic playing, but really look like an absolute boob. You look like Angel Reese shooting a jump shot, than playing basketball. Because everyone thinks like, oh yeah, I'll dribble out there, and you can see them playing, and they think that they're like being athletic, and when you watch them play, you're like, oh my God, this is the worst thing I've ever seen in my entire life.
Well, that's like the Darren Ravel guarding.
Yes.
Didn't he try to guard an NBA player or something?
Something like that. He was in
and
like
he just looked absurd.
yes.
But
It's just-
football would be the same. I mean, come on, dude.
yes, it's the same thing.
You imagine me out there with helmet and pads running around.
It's all
Bros
the
versus
same.
Joes.
My
Bring it
cuts.
back. Great show.
You know, me out there cutting on my route. I think I'm doing this. Oh, that's a nice cut.
Who
And
was
then
it? Like,
you're
it was like
laughing at me.
Joe Fisher thought he could run a 5.3 40 because like there was a lineman at the combine thought he ran 5.3.
It was faster. I want to say it was closer to a 5-1.
And Joe's like,
Not with that boiler.
Joe's like, I could do that. I'm like, oh my God. No, you can't. Because when we watch a lineman that runs 5.2 or 5.3, in our head, they're like, oh my God, that's so slow. And you're like, dude, if you went out and ran that, you would blow out your hamstring and you're going to run like a 5.9. But like we just have this, athletes today make things look too easy. And so when we watch them, our male brain is like, I could do that. Absolutely. I got this. I watch people all the time walk into, whether it's like my boxing gym or my jiu-jitsu gym, who have never done it before, but they're like, well, I wrestled in high school. And like they'll go to a black belt and they're like, I got this. And you're like, oh my God. Or you get a college wrestler, a guy that wrestled at Portland State a while back, and then I think he went to ASU, and he came in, had never done a class, and he like went to like our best black belt and was like, I got this. And we're like, this is going to be great. But in his mind, he's like, well, I did this, and it doesn't look that much different than that. Therefore, I got this. And you just get folded into like into a chair. But the male brain can't. It just can't allow us to admit.
High tea, baby.
Yeah, high tea.
That's that ego.
Yeah, I got it. Yeah,
Let's
I've never actually thrown a punch, but I've watched a lot, and when I get mad, I see red. Therefore, I'll just knock you. I'll knock this guy out.
Well, it's kind of the same thing as like every guy.
Yeah.
I don't think every guy thinks he can fight, but I think
every guy thinks they can fight.
I don't think that. I think they just think that they if push came
they
to
would
shove,
rise to the occasion.
Yeah, every guy thinks
Yes. And that may be if you are going to get someone that is also in that. But when you have someone that has trained for years at something and you're like, I've got this, it's hilarious to watch them get dismantled and then be like,
I read a book on this, so I'm going to kick your ass.
But we wouldn't do it in some things. Like no one would try to like play hockey. Like we know
Fly
like,
an airplane.
Yeah. I got this. I land an airplane.
Yeah, don't worry about this. I read about this.
Yeah.
Although one kid did do that. The kid who stole the.
Well, he didn't land it.
Well, he did. He just crashed it.
Well, that's not a landing. He took off. I'll give him that. Remember, you watched the simulator video, and he did get it off the ground. Landing is a different.
Isn't that
story.
amazing that he did that though? He stole an airplane by watching a simulator video.
Yeah,
that's amazing.
It is. Landing was more
underrated.
Landing was more of a problem.
Well, yeah, but I think he wanted to. Didn't he want to die?
He talked about it. I don't know. I think he took it into the side of like Mount Rainier or something.
No. It landed on one of the islands across the way from Chambers Bay.
Oh yeah.
Crash landing.
Yeah, I think that may have been intentional.
Yeah.
I think he knew that.
So if he could land it, I wonder if they could talk him down, or if he
that would have
tried to really land.
That would have been fascinating to see.
Couldn't go any worse than that one in Toronto.
I can't. The videos coming out of that are insane.
All right, we'll
How
get
did
to that.
Not catch on fire?
Well, it did.
Well, yeah, I guess it caught a little bit on fire. How did it? Normally, when plane crashes, that's a inferno. That's the big old ball of fire.
It kind of looked like an inferno to me.
Yeah, they got it. No one died.
Yeah.
Lost a couple wings, and see the one guy trying to take his bag off the plane.
Yeah, we'll get to that coming up 6 to 7. We'll wrap up the hour next on the Fan. plane crash in Toronto. If you haven't seen the video, it's bananas.
Mm-hmm. And like, there's a million videos. Like, people are taking it inside. There's ones of it flipping. I mean, it's, well, nowadays everything's on camera, but it's just how everyone walked away from that. I can't process it.
Yeah, so they're saying that. So the plane lands and it just looks like a normal landing, but then it just skids and flips.
Well, the landing gear gives out.
Yeah, and it skids and flips and catches on fire, and everyone lived.
Yeah.
4 people critically hurt. There was something like, I think, 80 on board or something like that.
Yeah.
But Jeff Baton Rouge, our boss, was just flying Delta out of Minneapolis yesterday, so up that way.
Yep.
And he said he knew nothing of the Toronto plane, but he said it was -7 degrees. And he says he doesn't really get nervous flying, but he was thinking in this instance of the icy runways and all the recent, incidents.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the BTJ she's in Baltimore for work, and they had to abort takeoff because of wind.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were coming in, and I don't know. It was hard. She was kind of half asleep. She said it woke her up though, and so she doesn't exactly know how close they were, but they were coming down, and the pilot said nope, and they apologized.
Oh, you said takeoff.
No,
you're talking about landing.
Landing. Sorry.
Yeah,
no.
they had to circle back around.
Yeah, they were going down, and they were like, nope. Came back up, circled the airport, and gave it another run. And people were.
Oh, I bet they were nervous.
Yeah, people were very nervous. And then he said when the pilot landed, everyone clapped, and the pilot was like, "Sorry about that." He's like,
"Well, I think that an aviation bro is going to yell at me here if I'm wrong about this, but I think that's actually common. They have to do the come in sideways maneuver or whatever.
I don't know. I've never had it.
I've had that.
I've had it on a small plane. I've never had it on a big one.
And it wasn't wind. It was just I've had a. Have you ever been on a plane where you're going down to land and they don't land? They pull back up. I've had that.
Yeah, we literally touched and popped back up.
Why is that?
It was windy in Palm Springs. This is probably a year or two ago.
Yeah, so I think that's a pretty common thing.
I've only had it when on a little plane in Alaska, and that made me want to poop my pants.
Bro,
I've never had it on a big.
Tough start to the year.
Yeah.
For air travel.
Yep.
So people are a little on edge.
I would say so.
Excuse you.
Yeah, I've never. It might be the most insane thing if you watch that video of the landing gear going and that plane flipping, and then the fire. If you were to tell me watching that everyone survived on that plane, I would be like, you're an effing liar.
I would have said no way.
Everyone's dead. There's
21 got hurt,
but no one died.
Nope.
I just can't fathom that. And because it did catch fire, but it didn't stay on fire.
Oh, that's what I was going to tell you. A lot of the texters were texting in. We got Aviation Bro again, who says that the wings broke off, and most of the fuel is in the wings.
Oh, and
that's why you didn't get the big inferno that you were expecting.
So it was actually the best thing in the world that it flipped and ripped the wings off?
Well, somebody even said that they went as far as to say that they're designed to break off like that because they have the fuel in them.
Well, most of the time when planes crash, it's lights out and the big ball of fire engulfs everything. So I don't know, man. And then to see the video of the lady ushering everyone out and the seats being upside down. And I do love that there's one dude who tried to take his carry-on with him, and they're like, no.
Well, why don't they let him take it?
No one was allowed. They just
Why not?
Because they were afraid the plane was going to catch back on fire.
Okay, but if he's got it, it's not like he's rummaging around for it. He's got it on his person. Let him take it.
The lady's like, she's yelling at everyone, no bags, no bags.
Why not? I hate that rule. See, again, they should put me in charge of all this. That's common sense.
I think in that moment, everyone's just got to get out of the plane.
Well, I understand that, but if you've got you've got it strapped to your body, how's it any different than your shirt?
The problem with that is then if you do it, then everyone's going to start trying to grab bags, and your time is of the essence.
Well, everyone's stupid.
The plane's on fire.
Hey, if you don't have your bag, you can't go find it. If you have your bag, you're good.
It's not the way it works. I just love that.
But I just think it's funny that she's like, no, you have to put that down. Well, he's already got it.
No.
He's not putting it down. Screw you.
He did put it down.
Get out of my way.
Well, I guess that is true. I mean, what are they going to do if you just you bear hug that and be like, bitch, get out.
Yeah.
I'm getting off this plane.
Okay, so she's going to stop evacuating the plane because some guy broke the bag rule? Get out of here.
This question: the plane is on fire. You are upside down. Do you take time to get your bag?
No.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
in
that
this
guy did.
instance, well, we don't know that. It could have just been, he could have just had it like under his seat, or it was like a backpack on
It
him or
wasn't
something.
under his seat at that point. I'm sure bags were were strewn about.
Well, I
That dude took time to find that bag.
didn't
wanna-
think that through.
I want to know what's in that bag that he was like, I got to get this thing.
Yeah. Well, anyway, it's crazy. It's hard out there. Yeah. Although I flew over the weekend in very cold weather, or in some bad weather too, and I didn't think twice.
No.
I don't know why. Again, this is where me being stupid really helps me.
Yeah. I'm getting.
I just don't think about it.
I'm getting on a plane soon, and it'll cross my mind. It's not going to stop me, but it's still by far. They say there's like 200 plane crashes a year. It's just that I don't know. They seem to be piling up pretty quick, and they seem to be pretty major ones. But I don't know if we're any less safe. It's just that it's front of the mind right now.
Well, they've had a lot of layoffs.
Yeah.
That's the most worrisome part.
Yeah,
I mean, the people left know what they're doing, but understaffed.
Yeah, I don't know what that has to do with a landing gear breaking off and a plane flipping over, but I don't know.
Well, it may mean less maintenance.
Yeah.
Yeah. Less checks and balances.
Yeah.
As a plane gets ready to go out.
Would it happen that quickly? Like, just I don't know.
I think it could.
Is
somebody oversee? Look, if you have 20 people inspecting the plane, and now you only have 15 people or 10 people inspecting the plane. Yeah. Why wouldn't that just be like something could be overlooked?
Well, thank you for telling me this as I get ready to get on a plane here.
You're going to die.
Great. We're all going to die.
I wouldn't go if I were you. All right, we got to go. Let's talk about the weather.
Well, and this is, weather related, right?
I mean, somewhat. I think it's more about just air travel these days, but weather is playing a part right now because it's so cold.
Yeah, doors falling off planes and
Well, the Philly one, just falls out of the sky into a house.
Like,
what is happening?
No, I don't want to think about it.
Where's Sully?
I don't think anyone's stopping that thing. Although Denzel landed the plane upside down in that movie.
You know what they need to do? They need to clone Sully, and he will fly. And his little clone will fly every plane all over the country.
Oh, don't worry. Soon we're going to have the AI robot up there, right? Flying it. I'm sure that'll go well.
Also had a sexist moment at the house today, and my wife.
Yeah, I want to hear about the.
She had to take an L.
I want to know.
So we'll get to that coming up in the club next on The Fan.
All
the Fan Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Big Tuesday night in college hoops. Right now at halftime, Iowa State, the 8th-ranked team in the country, they're up 45-28 over Colorado. Colorado really struggling in their move to the Big 12, only have one win in conference play. Also at halftime in the Big 12, number 9 Texas Tech, they are trailing the home team TCU 36-28. Could be an upset brewing in Fort Worth. About halfway through the first half right now, number 11, Wisconsin is up 17-13 over Illinois. This would be a big win for Wisconsin as Big Ten tournament seeding is getting close to being final. Later on at 6 o'clock, you've got number 23, Kansas. They're taking on BYU in Provo, Utah. Right now, BYU is favored at -2.5. Some games that already went final. Number 14, Michigan State. They were able to hold on and win by 9 points over number 13, Purdue, 75-66. And number 21, Mississippi State. They won at home, opening up a can on number 7, Texas A&M. They won that game 70-0. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Will Ortner at the Fan Sports Desk. Listen live or on demand on the Odyssey app, the Fan's desktop player, or tell your smart speaker to play 1080. The Fan.
The Fan is live on YouTube and Twitch, and now Window Nation.
Winner of the Golden Boot, the tournament's top scorer, and the Golden Ball, the best player, Megan Rapinoe.
Gloria! Gloria!
Megan Rapinoe.
Bye.
What?
All right, nice to have you along. Deal brings up a good point about the Toronto plane. It's like, look, you may have a rule that I can't bring my bag off of that burning inferno of a plane,
Yeah,
but you're the one that dumped it on its head.
that is true.
So, as he points out, you've now lost all your decision-making powers. I'm getting my damn bag. It's the least you could do.
It is a bit of a valid point that
You've ruined my day.
you dumped my plane upside down and caught it on fire. You probably should tell
I'm
me
going
what
to get
do.
my bag. Now, are you going to get your bag? Are you getting your bag? Are you really getting your bag out of that?
All right,
Like, I'm guessing with that guy, it was just readily available.
it'd have to be.
And he's
that.
like, oh,
it would
grab
have to
that.
be readily available. But I will say, I don't know, man. Now the plane's on fire. I am upside down. I need to know that I'm okay. And the fire and the smoke would lead me to believe I'm getting the hell off that plane as soon as possible. But if the plane is not on fire and it seems like we've settled down a bit, right? Like I'm upside down for, let's say, 3 to 4 minutes because they I got to, we're kind of get our bearings right. They got the door punched open. Smoke's all gone and dissipated. I see that we're not on fire. Everyone seems to be somewhat calm. I'm getting my bag.
But that's not the scenario. I don't know why you changed the scenario.
Well, I don't know how long, I don't know the time from when they flipped upside down to when they were getting off the plane. I don't know.
Very fast.
Well, then no, I'm not getting my bag.
It has to be fast because it's burning.
It does seem that way. Although by the
It's a
time
bit of an emergency.
by the time that they were getting off the plane, it did feel like the fire was out. They were spraying it with, the fire retardant. But when they were getting off the plane, it did not appear that fire was imminent. Like, I'm at the back of the plane. I'm sitting there. I got to wait for everyone else to get their sorry ass off. I've managed to right myself, which, by the way, that alone is probably a weird thing because you're going to have to undo yourself and fall to
Yeah.
the ceiling.
Yeah.
That alone is like,
That's right.
Oh my God, right? That's a little off-putting. So my bag is technically on the floor, right? If the bin didn't come open. If I've got to wait for everyone to clear the aisle and I'm at the end and I see there is not fire, I could see a scenario where I would get my bag. It would also depend on what is in my bag. Like if I was just going for like a weekend trip and all that's in there is some like dirty undies and like maybe like my favorite sweatshirt or something, not so much. But I don't know, maybe there's something cool in my bag. Like maybe there's like a sentimental thing. Again, most times there's nothing in my bag that would be worth. The bag is probably the thing that I would take the most. It's probably my favorite thing is the bag itself.
$1,000 bag. God. By the way, BYU's already up 8-0.
Yeah, it's 3-0 on mine. Am I that far behind you?
You sure are, fella.
Is it like when you look at that Saunders kid, the white kid with the headband? That's our leading scorer. It flummoxes me that's our leading. That's our leading scorer.
Well, it's BYU.
Look at that guy though.
I mean, if you could draw, if you would draw if you just told a random basketball fan, hey, draw BYU's leading scorer, they would draw that guy.
That guy. There was a couple years ago, we had a guy that had like the worst hairline of all time. He was the leading scorer. We do lead the NCAA, and that guy plays? Yeah, and he's our best player.
Someone asked for the flag story. Yeah, so I was out well, we were going to talk about temperature.
Yeah.
But I'll tell the flag story really quick. But it was very cold. Well, it's very cold all over the place right now. But it's very cold in Kansas when I was there.
Yes.
So I want to talk about that.
And not just cold. I mean, like it's 0 degrees right now in Lawrence. Someone said tomorrow in Salina, the temperature is supposed to be -18. Dude, that's like I don't care like how tough like you think you are, dude. No one's outside in -18 like, oh, it's not that bad. That is, you're losing fingertips. You don't do that.
Yeah, so I want to talk about temps.
Okay.
But real quick, I'll tell you the story that I teased way back at the start of the program, which was like 3 o'clock, I think. And it is that there was a big protest out in Salina.
Yeah.
At the Salina Central Mall.
The site of all great protests.
Yeah, I'm not sure why there.
Yeah.
But it was there. And it was, they were protesting the fact that ICE was in town. Wrangling up.
Yeah, wrangling up the illegals.
The illegals.
Yeah.
That's a thing.
I would think that Kansas would be all about that.
Well, you know, just like anywhere.
There's counter programming, right?
Sure.
Yeah.
So I wasn't there, but somebody who was there said that you know, this is not a major protest.
No.
Okay, there's like 15 people
I
out
was
there.
gonna say, yeah.
2 bros roll up in their big trucks with the American flags on the back, and did the. They stopped right in front of them, and they did that. They hit them all with that intentional black smoke.
Yeah, rolling
from
coal.
the engines.
Yeah.
I don't know how you do that, but they did that.
Yeah, when you ride your bike, for whatever reason, that bothers small penis, big truck guy, and they love to roll coal at you where they drive by you and spit
How
the
do they
black
do
smoke.
that?
I think it's a diesel thing. I don't know. I think that's like the way they rev the engine or something.
Yeah, that's
but
what I thought.
yeah.
It's like you have to put in park and rev or
Something
something. I
like
don't know.
that.
But they did that to him.
I've had it happen to me once or twice on my bike.
And so after they got done coughing and, you know, inhaling cancer, they returned to their protest peacefully.
Well, can we say, like, how much of a douchebag do you have to be?
A big one.
Right? I mean, yeah, it just says you increase the fuel flow of your mechanical diesel pump. That way, whenever you press the gas pedal, smoke is going to come out your exhaust, usually for a limited amount of time. So there you go. You restrict the airflow. So yeah, I guess in diesels you can do that. You can do it on purpose. And it's just, again, what an absolute D move. Like, all right, 15 people don't align with you, so your idea is to go and, again, this goes back to my fat, uneducated truck guy.
Fat, uneducated, beer, yeah, trucks, balls, yeah.
Tell me you're a worthless piece of crap without telling me you're a worthless piece of crap. Like, you think that's hilarious.
Yeah,
Cool move.
flags.
All right, we'll talk temps. What's the coldest temperature you've ever felt? Do you know that?
I do. I do know that.
You knew that.
I do that.
We'll get to that.
And it was miserable.
Coming up next.
I do know that.
On the Fan.
The home of dirt and spray. Club 1080 with Isaac and Souk is brought to you by Pub Beer, the official beer of Cheap Fun.
Can I get a hot tub?
We talk for a brief moment about the naive nature of women for a second.
Oh dear.
Yeah. This is so my the BTJ is in Baltimore right now for work. So she's texting me random things of like, hey, have you ever had this liquor? So she's like sending me like these photos of scotch. She's like, scotch. And I'm like, yeah, it's good scotch. And so she's like 3 or 4 of these and she hates scotch. And so I'm like, why are you trying all this scotch? And she goes, I don't know. I hate it all, but for some reason the bartender keeps giving it to me. I don't know why. And I'm like, did you tell me you're from out of town? Yeah. So she's there with her boss, who's also female. I'm like, so the 2 single ladies at the bar that say they're from out of town and are staying at the hotel attached to said bar, and the bartender continues to feed you drinks. Can we put 2 and 2 together? And she's like, oh. Like, yeah, they're not just giving you the high-end scotch and whiskey out of the goodness of their heart, honey. Especially when you're like, I hate it. And he's like, no, keep drinking. Keep trying this one.
Well, wait, what do they want?
Whoa. Like,
are you
really?
going
It
there?
took you that long? I was like, how many drinks that you hate are you in before you put 2 and 2 together that maybe, just maybe, there's an ulterior motive here? It's adorable. You can't put 2 and 2 together. You know, if we're at that, you and me are at that same hotel bar, Rob, I don't think we're getting free.
Not happening.
I don't think we're getting free 16-year-old scotch. I don't think that's the way that's going.
Not happening.
Oh, it's just insane. it's something. Although she did inform me that some young black girls came in and now they appear to be getting less attention from the bartender. And I'm like, well, that would stand to reason.
Why did she have to point out that they were black?
I don't know. Racist. Jeez Louise. Should I call her on that? Yeah, what does race have to do with this?
Yeah. Yeah, BTJ.
Yeah, what's up?
So what's the coldest temperature you've ever felt?
Coldest that I ever remember, we played one year Colorado State in Fort Collins, and I think it was -2 at kick.
Ooh.
And then the storm came in, and then the wind started blowing, and I believe they hit us with it felt like -15.
Wow.
And it was miserable, and we quit, and we got our ass kicked, and I've never been so cold, and I just wanted to go home. I didn't care what happened in the game. It's the only time I was asked. It's maybe the end of the 3rd quarter, we were losing by a bunch, and my coach said, do you want to come out of the game? And I've never pulled myself out of a game. And I was like, yes. And I went over and I put the coat on and sat by the heater.
I can't imagine playing football in that.
It was miserable.
Mine is about -5.
Yeah. I think that's
in there.
probably most people, right?
Maybe. I mean, I don't know how many people have experienced
I
negative.
think that depends on where you're from.
Negative
If you're
temperatures.
from the
Yeah.
Midwest, like, yeah,
Right.
100%. But, like, I've been living in Washington my whole life. Now I lived in Ellensburg, so I think the coldest we got was like 1 or 2 degrees. But we never got into the zeros or the negatives.
You know what the record negative temperature is? Or the record temperature, I guess? Lowest temperature in the West Coast states? Oregon, Washington, California?
West Coast? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what it gets down.
Oregon is the coldest of the 3.
Is it?
Yeah. The record is -54 degrees.
Good God. Where was that?
Let's see if I can click on it. It
That
doesn't
had
say.
to be somewhere in the eastern part of the state, right?
I would imagine.
That's
We're in the mountains.
That's
Washington, -48, and California, -45. Worst in the country, -80, of course, Alaska.
Yeah.
That was in 1971, -80.
Now, I don't know. I mean, I've spent a lot of time in Alaska, but again, most of my Alaska time that I can remember was summer. So I was not there for a ton of Alaska winters. And I remember when we would go up in the wintertime, it would regularly be in the single digits. And also, I lived in Southeast Alaska, and that's not really cold. Like
Yeah.
that's not like but when you go west and you go north, like Fairbanks and above, that's a different level of cold than anything down in Juneau or Kenai or Anchorage, anything like that.
Yeah. Within the continental United States, Montana.
Montana or Minnesota, maybe.
Havre, right?
What?
Havre? Havre?
What?
The city.
I don't know.
Oh.
Montana minus 70.
Yeah.
Minus 70.
I can't comprehend.
What the hell?
I don't know. I just can't. I can't process what's that like. I know at some point you're not even supposed to breathe. The cold air can be damaging your lungs to even breathe it in.
It's like breathing in icicles, ice picks.
Yeah.
Do you know what Florida's record low is?
Florida?
It's the lowest, or the highest, I guess, in the U.S.
Right? Because Hawaii.
Well,
right?
Hawaii's 12 degrees.
So Florida's higher than that.
Florida is lower than that. Sorry.
Oh.
In the continental United States.
I'd say Florida maybe. I'll go like 20. I don't know, like 20.
-2.
Really?
In Florida.
Where the hell did it get -2 in Florida?
How about that? It happened in 1899 in Tallahassee during an Arctic outbreak in which numerous all-time record low temperatures were set, including Washington, D.C., Atlanta, and Dallas.
Yikes. I'm fine. I don't mind the cold for the most part, but dude, you get down into single digits, it sucks. I don't care who you are. It's just a miserable experience, especially if you have to be outside doing something in it.
Or just walking from your car to something else.
Yeah.
When I was in Kansas, it was probably 10.
Yeah.
But it was windy.
Yeah. And that's the
Oh my God.
And that's the other one. It's the same thing like where they say the humidity will get you. It's one thing to be cold, it's another thing to have the wind blow.
It's a whole nother thing.
Yeah.
And I tell you what, so in Kansas today, it's worse way up north in the northern states, the Midwest. Like I think in Montana, there's a spot right now where it's -20. Like right now.
Jeez.
But it was like 0 degrees in Kansas State. They canceled school.
Yeah.
And I remember it getting that cold when I was a kid, but I don't ever remember them canceling school. I actually remember asking the vet one time what temperature we had to bring our dog in because our dog slept outside.
Yeah.
And he said 0. Yes.
Really?
Yes. When I was a kid.
So if it's 10 degrees, the dog's fine?
According to this vet.
That can't, well.
I don't know if that's right.
What kind of dog did you have?
He was just a lab.
Really?
It was our first dog.
I don't think that's right.
I mean, we didn't know it was our first dog, so we're like, "Hey, how cold does it have to get for us to bring the dog in?" He's like, "I don't know."
That can't be
0.
right. I wonder.
I don't think that's right.
Because my Akita wants to be outside. The colder it gets, the happier he is. Like, he won't come inside this time of the year. I wonder how cold it would have to be to where he wouldn't go out. Because, a lot of dogs, like when I had my bulldog, if it was down in the 20s or 30s, he wouldn't go outside. He would hide and crap in the house. Is there a temperature where my Akita wouldn't go outside? Like, you'd open the door, he'd look at you like, yeah, I'm not doing that. Because he loves it.
Isn't there a difference between, like, he may go out there, but that doesn't mean that he's not in danger. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I would think I think instinctually, if he was in danger, he would come back inside.
You would think.
Whereas now, like, no matter how cold it gets, you have to, when he wants to go outside, you have to fight him to go back, and he still wants to sleep outside when it gets this cold. And I'm fascinated by it, and I've always wondered that. Is there a temperature where he would be like, I don't know, and he doesn't sleep on a bed, he sleeps outside on the cold-ass hard ground, and he loves it. Because to him, it's like his weather.
This is from AI. Mm-hmm. Because, when you Google things, the AI is the first thing that comes up now.
Yeah.
They said most dogs are comfortable outside when temps are above 45.
Yeah.
But the ideal temperature depends on several factors. If you drop below 45, some dogs may start to feel uncomfortable. Below 32, small, thin-coated, or elderly dogs should not spend too much time outside. Yeah. And below 20 degrees, dogs could develop hypothermia or frostbite.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, there's just no way you should have a...
Well, look, it was Kansas in a different time. It was a different time.
It was a different time.
He'll be fine.
10 degrees.
And if he ain't fine, put a bullet in him. That's pretty much how they operated back then.
I looked up that Montana city, and it is Havre, by the way. It's one of the colder cities. They have northern Montana's out there. It's a college. They had a football team that recruited me. It's -31 today. The high is -12. Would you care to guess what the weather is going to be like on Sunday?
I'm guessing it's terrifying. If we're
it's
guessing.
it's -31 right now.
Yeah,
With wind chills, it's going to feel as cold as -45 to -55.
On Sunday?
No. Today. Right now. On Sunday,
So are you like in minus 60 with the wind?
Yeah.
48 degrees.
Minus 48?
No, 48 degrees.
Oh, no kidding.
Oh gosh.
Yes.
Talk about a pivot.
Wow. They can go play golf.
Yeah.
That's unbelievable.
That is a bit of a turnaround.
How does that happen?
I don't know.
It's a lot of Obama.
Freaking libs.
Damn libs.
Weather swings like that are pretty crazy.
Wow.
On Monday, it's supposed to be 49 degrees.
And that's great, man.
Well,
I don't know how anyone wants to live in those places.
no, dude, you are so right. I told everyone that I talked to there, I'm like, how do you do this? And they're like, and every one of them is like, they don't have an answer. They're just like,
No.
well, I don't know.
It's
It
you were
sucks.
born here, I'll die here. I'm like, you
Yeah.
can move away.
Yes, get out of here.
I'll tell you right
matter
now.
with you?
As the older I've gotten, I just do not have it in me to deal with Midwest or northern winters. I can't. If you told me like, hey, we're moving to Montana, I'd be like, cool, we're snowbirding, right? Because I'm not doing Iowa, Minnesota, Montana type winters. That's not a thing.
Well, guys, sexism abound at our house today. It wasn't me.
By the way, that's an upset that sexism was
What?
abound and it wasn't you.
I'm not sexist.
If you told me that there was a sexist incident that happened at the Ropp household, you are the
Well,
Noah
yeah.
Lyles in this race.
Between me and my wife.
Between you and the
but
wife.
you're forgetting there's someone else who lives at our house.
Oh, yes. Yes, I forgot.
And it's not Molly Tenges.
No. The old man.
The old man.
I love that you have an old Weimar man at your house.
Well, I'll tell you what happened. And I tell you what, my wife had to take the L here. We got to talk about this. Next, here's Will.
Now, from the Fan Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
First on The Fan, it's big night in college hoops. Ton of action going on in the top 25 right now. We've got a barn burner in TCU right now. Number 9, Texas Tech. They are trailing TCU 50-49 halfway through the second half in that one. Texas Tech wants to avoid the upset there. Just getting to halftime, number 11, Wisconsin. They're up 47-41 over Illinois. This is going to be huge for seeding in the Big Ten. About halfway through the first half, number 5 Houston is up 19-13 on Arizona State. Arizona State, they're looking for their 4th Big 12 conference play win. And then with 8 minutes left to go in the first half, number 23 Kansas, they're trailing the BYU Cougars 25-14. BYU was favored to win that one. Right now, both Kansas and BYU are 8-6 in Big 12 play. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Will Ortner at the Fan Sports Desk. Listen live or on demand on the Odyssey app, the Fan's desktop player, or tell your smart speaker to play 1080. The Fan.
Your favorite fan shows are on YouTube.
Well, sexism abounded at our house today. We had an incident.
Oh boy.
Now, I'm sharing way too much here. My wife's not going to like this, but
She's not listening anyways.
she's not. It likely won't get back to her.
No.
But if it does, I just say, look, babe, telling the truth out.
It happens.
So, her father lives down in our ADU, and he is 78 years old.
And let me state for the record, every time I hear a story about him, I like him more and more.
He's wonderful.
Yes.
Small town man, grew up in Carlton.
Loves his Bi-Mart.
Was a builder up in Port Orchard. He's a simple man, okay? You know this type of man.
Loves his-
American male.
Loves his veteran hat.
Yep, he's got his USS Missouri hat. He's got some Native American in him, so he's got a Native American hat. He's a man who here's an example. You know, he's on hospice. He's the hospice nurse came over and he said, "Well, we think he's more of a shower fall risk now than he was before, so we're going to get him a chair."
Sure.
For the shower.
Yeah.
Reasonable, right?
Makes sense.
He and I were strolling around Bi-Mart today. He's like, you know what I could do? I could just probably get one of those 5-gallon buckets, drill it down in the shower and sit on that.
Hey, I love that idea. Why not?
Little ingenuity.
Just drill a hole in the bottom of the shower.
So
what
this
could
is
go
the
wrong?
kind of man we're dealing with. He's
Yes.
wonderful. Very sweet man.
Yeah.
He and her are like oil and water. Okay, so I am oftentimes
You're the mediator. You're
yeah,
the go-between.
I'm just agreeable.
Sure.
Okay, look, the guy wants a new TV, let him get a new TV.
Yeah.
But there's a history, it's very complicated between him and her. She now is starting to think that she's kind of noticing that there's some sexism there.
What? A 78-year-old, simple, hardworking man has some sexism?
Yeah.
Wow.
I know.
Who would have thunk?
It's not a shocker, but I don't want to be a jerk about it. But
Sure.
look, she's like, look, I don't think he thinks I can do X, Y, and Z.
Sure.
Which she certainly can. She's a very capable woman.
Yeah.
And today, as I took him to Bi-Mart for our Tuesday, check the numbers, we didn't win again.
So sad.
She went down to the ADU to install a handle for him to hold on to if he needs to get up off the toilet.
Sure. A shower rail or a toilet rail.
Exactly.
Yeah, I've
It's
all
a
seen
toilet
those.
rail.
Yeah.
Not the hardest thing to install, but at the same time, anybody who's ever dabbled in that, it's not as easy as just plopping a couple screws.
You gotta find a stud.
You got to find studs.
And drill it in, yeah.
You also have to make sure that it's really secure because
Yes.
it could be
Yeah, you're putting
save a fall.
You're putting a whole weight on there. Yes, you can't put that into drywall with anchors. You want that into.
So
some studs.
she's pissed because she's like, dude, I can do that. And she can. I've seen, she does household things like that all the time.
Oh boy.
I do it too. She's perfectly.
So she's determined that she's going to
Yeah,
prove
so
you
now she's
all wrong.
She's pissed. And I know she can do it, but it's convincing him. Like, she's mad. She's like, I am going to go down there and I'm going to install that.
Can I be honest?
And it's going to be installed when you're back.
Sure. Can we cut through some BS here? Did you really think she was going to be able to do this?
No. In my head, I knew.
But you couldn't say it.
No, I couldn't say it.
Yeah.
But in my head, I knew she was going to have a problem.
Yes.
Because, well, it's actually even marked. The handyman, before he said that. It's a long story, but he installed one in the shower.
Sure.
And he marked one he marked the studs in case we ever needed one for the bath.
All right, well, that's a big.
For the toilet.
Okay,
That's a
huge deal.
deal.
Yes.
But
In the back of your mind, you're still like.
I'm like, dude. Well, because we've all been there. It's like, look, it's not a male-female thing. It's
No.
just experience,
Yes,
right?
yes.
As a homeowner, we've done this a time or two.
I put my buddy moved into a place and he was there for like a year and he had no toilet paper holders, no towel racks, nothing. It was a brand new construction, and I went and I installed all of that. And I did tell him beforehand, I'm like, this will take way longer than we think it's going to take.
Yeah, and
There's
just some things.
There's always things.
There's always things.
Yes.
And
Any home project that you think is going to be a piece of cake, there's always going to be complications.
Right. So, what do you think occurred when we walked in?
I'm willing to guess one of two things. One, the wall was probably butchered, and two,
It wasn't great.
I was going to say there's some battle scars.
I mean,
there's
it
battle
was
scars.
fine, but
Yeah, there was.
all patchable.
It was the rail was not up. It was not installed. The wall suffered some damage, and I'm guessing your wife was super pissed.
She was pissed.
And said something along the line, "Don't you effing say a word."
That's close. I mean, she was pissed. She had given up and just left it. There was it was installed.
Oh, it was.
But it wasn't usable. One side. So there's 6 screws total. I think she had 2 screws in, 1 secure, like into the stud. Another one was sticking out halfway and sort of cockeyed because she couldn't get the drill in straight. It was a mess. And I'm like, I look at it and I went, oh boy. And I just looked at her. I walked up to the house and I looked at her and I was like, what happened? And she was nicer about it than you said she would say, don't say a word. She was nicer about that, but you could tell she was fuming.
And there will be no, I told you so, no whatever. That's when you know, just shut up.
Yeah. And, really her only mistake, and by the way, BYU's up 15.
You can't handle the whites. You can't.
No, we really can't.
No.
We are awful.
No.
Really, first of all, the saving grace was that the studs were already marked.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
She wasn't.
This is not a sexist comment. This is just, again, this is a lack of experience. There is no way she would have installed that if the studs had not been marked.
She didn't install it even with the studs.
She didn't,
marked.
but she just got frustrated. What would have been interesting to see is, because of course me being the hero, I came in and cleaned it all up.
Yeah.
Okay, so we got it installed.
It's installed. It's good.
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah.
It's 5 screws and not 6 because one of them was stripped out. Her big mistake was she tried to drill too hard. Like she's like, anybody who's put things like that up before know that it's really actually kind of a delicate thing with the screwdriver. You kind of massage it in there, you go slow.
Sure.
Short spurts, you try to.
Can I ask? She did not pre-drill the holes.
There was a bit that she had out. I don't know if she did or not, but there was a bit that she had out that looked like she did.
Because I was wondering if maybe she just tried to. Because if unless you have like an impact driver, just using a regular drill to put a screw into a 2x4 can be problematic. Especially if it's a weak drill.
It looked like she did try, but
I so wish I could have we could have had like a camera and we could have watched the level of frustration rise up. Because again, we've all been there. It's not a sexist thing. It's just when you watch someone, and this happens with home improvement projects all the time. I can feel my anger and frustration rising from within. And it's hilarious if you're not involved in it to watch someone lose it like that.
Yeah. So I came in, got the strip screw out of there. That was not easy. That bitch was in there.
Yeah.
And then I installed the other several screws that she hadn't.
And 5 is good, and you don't need 6 and screw.
Look, I put all my weight on that thing and tried to pull it out of there, and I could not pull it out of there. So I think he's good. But she had to take the L. And I'm telling you,
it was a bitter pill.
I haven't talked to him. Well, there's really not anything that's been said yet between her and him.
But it will at some point. Yeah.
It's only going to make her more mad the next thing he says about... Because, like, he said this. When I walked into the house... She wasn't there, thank God. But when I walked in later to fix it, he said, "Where's your apprentice?" Which right there is, like, that's...
Taking shots.
Kind of condescending.
Taking shots.
You know
he's going to bring it up at some point. You know he is.
I don't think he will to her. I think he's scared of her.
Really?
Yeah, no, dude, you don't... I wouldn't. He better not. That's going to cause problems for me, too.
Would it be bad if the next time I saw her to ask if she can come over and help me install a shower rail? Hey, I got a shower rail. I've heard you're pretty good at those.
Listen, I've seen her install things, put things together. She's good.
It's just,
in this instance,
it wasn't her game.
It didn't work out, and she was under pressure because he called her out about it, and she failed.
Boy, I'll tell you what. It is hard when, male or female, when you set out to prove someone wrong and you end up proving someone right. Dude, that is a bitter, bitter pill no matter who you are.
So now it's a running joke around our house that she's just a girl. You're just a girl. Look, let me get this for you. You're just a girl.
Hey, Sugar Teas, why don't you take a seat over there?
Why don't you sit this one out?
Sit this one out. Let's do some man work down here and drill some holes. Gosh. Your wife being such an independent, strong-willed person, I know that deep down, this will never.
She's pissed.
She will never be okay with this. This one will haunt her.
She's probably signing up for some handyman classes. So she can learn and shove
If she was smart, she should have called a handyman to have like tagged out and then just pretended that she did it.
Yeah, no, that's good. She should have done that.
There was an incident. Well, that was about a year ago. I won't go into great detail, but the missus was out of town, and someone here may have obliterated the bedroom door. That was me.
What do you mean obliterated?
The bedroom door has ceased to exist. So,
what are you tackling it? What do you mean?
Just the
what are you doing?
An appendage went through said door.
Your penis?
No, that'd be my hand. So I needed a new door.
You punched a door.
I punched a door.
Are you violent? Are you secretly violent?
No.
What do you mean, are you secretly violent? Have you not been listening to him for 20 years?
I did.
Well, he doesn't seem that.
I
know him well. He's not. I mean, I've seen the red eye.
Yeah.
Sook's pissed.
Yeah.
I've seen that. So I know it used to be there.
It's
but
gotten way better.
I think you're way better.
Yes.
And
it was not my proudest moment.
Yeah. All right.
And I.
All right. So we still have issues to work through.
Once in a while, it has come a long. Therapy is a hell of a thing. It is the first outburst.
It's not working.
Is the first outburst
Just
I've
ask
had.
your door.
So I obliterated this door, and so I was like, crap. And my gal was getting home in like 5 hours. And so I thought, no big deal.
Oh, God.
Head down to the Home Depot,
Right.
pick up a door, gotta get this swapped out. She'll never be the one.
Oh, God. You
know
idiot. This is like the guy this is like Tyreek Hill thinks he could beat Noah Lyles in a race. You think you're just going to drop a new door on there?
Did. So me and my son set out. And we were both. It was the dumbest male thing. We were both convinced, no sweat. We're gonna run up to the Home Depot, pick ourselves up a door, get back, buddy. We're gonna have this
Like
thing.
you're talking about the frame and everything, or you're just talking about
the door. Like the frame was fine. I just I needed the door with the hinges to go in. The frame was fine.
Yeah.
And so
that's different.
We had convinced ourselves that we were going to have this thing done in a tight 45 and lickety split. No,
what happened?
It did not. I took my daughter who lived in Korea, who was in Korea at the time. I took her door off and put it on ours.
Well, what'd you do with that? Well, how does she not know? Well, what?
At least when she came home, I'm like, well, I had to be like, okay, something happened while you were gone. We didn't have a door. We do now.
But wait.
But the daughter doesn't have a door.
So
now.
are you talking about, if I'm picturing this right, are you talking about just the type of door where you take the pin out and you just slide the...
Yes.
So
Yeah.
what happened? Like that, I'm with you on that.
Right?
Like,
You would think. It would be super easy.
I thought you could do
Wrong.
that. What was wrong?
Wrong.
You just couldn't line it up, or you got the wrong size.
So here's the problem that I discovered. So doors come in standard, right? Like 28, 30, 32 inches. Here's the thing. They're not, it says 30 inches, like in the door. It's not. It's like 29 and a quarter.
Did you have to get out the, like a saw?
You would think so, but then those doors are hollow core doors.
Yeah.
And then even when you shim that thing down, they're pre-drilled, for the handle to go on there. Well, guess what doesn't line up in the pre-door? Son of a bitch. The amount of meltdowns, I was this close to punching a hole in another door, the brand new door that I was attempting to fix.
So the bigger question is, what happened to cause you to punch the door? Did you lose a big bet or something?
Nah, it was not my finest moment. Wasn't my finest moment. That I can't get into. We're way over. I don't have time for this.
Bailed out.
Yeah.
All right, we'll be right back on the Fan.
Slam Club 1080 with Isaac and Souk is brought to you by Pub Beer, the official beer of Cheap Fun.
Double sun power!
Well, we got to go, but Kansas is losing to BYU by 20.